Spirit, may its blessings be with us all. Amen.
From the book of Exodus of Moses the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. Now Amalek came and fought with Israel in Rephidim, and Moses said to Joshua, "Choose us some men and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of God in my hand." So Joshua did as Moses said to him, and fought with Amalek. And Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. And so it was, when Moses held up his hand, that Israel prevailed, and when he let down his hands, Amalek prevailed. But Moses' hands became heavy, so they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it, and Aaron and Hur supported his hands, one on one side and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. So Joshua defeated Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Write this for a memorial in the book, and recount it in the hearing of Joshua, that I will utterly blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven." And Moses built an altar and called its name, "The Lord is my banner." For he said, "Because the Lord has sworn, the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation." Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from the book of Exodus of Moses the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
ثم ارتحل موسى ببني إسرائيل من البحر الأحمر وجاء بهم إلى برية شور، وساروا 3 أيام في البرية ولم يجدوا ماء للشرب، فجاءوا إلى مرة ولم يقدروا أن يشربوا من مرة لأنه مرا، ولذلك دعا ذلك المكان مر. فتذمر الشعب على موسى قائلين: ماذا نشرب؟ فصرخ موسى إلى الرب، فأراه الرب عودا فطرحه في الماء، فصار الماء عذبا في ذلك المكان. قرر له الفرائض والأحكام، وفي ذلك المكان جربه وقال له: إن أنت سمعت وأطعت صوت الرب إلهك، وعملت ما يرضيه أمامه، وحفظت كل وصاياه وأوامره، فكل مرض أتيت به على المصريين لا أجلبه عليك، لأني أنا الرب الذي يشفيك. وجاءوا إلى إيليم، وكان هناك 12 عينا ماء و70 نخلة، فنزلوا هناك عند الماء. ثم ارتحلوا من إيليم، وأتى كل جماعة بني إسرائيل إلى برية سيناء التي بين إيليم وبين سيناء في اليوم 15 من الشهر الثاني لخروجه من أرض مصر. فتذمر جماعة بني إسرائيل على موسى وهارون، وقالوا لهما بنو إسرائيل: ليتنا متنا في أرض مصر، إذا كنا جالسين عند قدور اللحم ونأكل خبزا وشبعنا، وخرجتمونا إلى البرية لكي تميتونا مع كل جماعة بالجوع. مجدا للثالوث الأقدس، آمين.
Also from Isaiah the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up your voice like a trumpet. Tell my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sins. Yet they seek me daily, and delight to know my ways, as a nation that did righteousness, and did not forsake the ordinance of their God. They ask of me the ordinances of justice. They take delight in approaching God. Why have we fasted, they say, and you have not seen? Why have we afflicted our souls, and you take no notice? Indeed, you fast for strife and debate, and to strike with the fist of wickedness. You will not fast as you do this day, to make your voice heard on high. Is it a fast that I have chosen, a day for a man to afflict his soul? Is it to bow down his head like a bulrush, and to spread out sackcloth and ashes? Would you call this a fast and an acceptable day to the Lord? Is it not the fast that I have chosen, to loose the bonds of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, to let the oppressed go free, and that you break every yoke? Is it not to share your bread with the hungry, and that you bring to your house the poor who are cast out, when you see the naked, that you cover him, and not hide yourself from your own flesh? Then your light shall break forth like the morning, your healing shall spring forth speedily, and your righteousness shall go before you. The glory of the Lord shall be your rear guard. Then you shall call, and the Lord will answer. And you shall cry, and he will say, Here I am. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
من حسقيال النبي بركته على جميعنا آمين. هذا ما يقوله الرب: النفس التي تخطئ هي التي تموت. الابن لا يحمل ظلم أبيه، ولا الآب ظلم ابنه. بر البار عليه يعود، ونفاق المنافق عليه يعود. والمنافق استاب عن جميع خطاياه، وحفظ وصاياي كلها، وأجرى العدل والرحمة، فإنه يحيا حياة ولا يموت، وكل خطاياه لا تذكر، وببره الذي صنع يحيا. لأنني لا أريد موت الخطاة، يقول الرب، مثلما يرجع عن طريقه الردية ويحيا. وإذا ارتد البار عن بره وصنع كل الآثام التي يصنعها المنافق، فكل بره الذي صنعه في زلاته التي صنعها لا يذكر له، ولكنه يموت بالخطية التي خطأ بها. فاسمعوا الآن يا بيت إسرائيل، لأنكم تقولون أن طريقي غير مستقيم وطرقنا مستقيمة، فطرقكم غير مستقيمة. عندما يرتد البار عن بره ويفعل الإثم، فإنه بإثمه الذي صنعه يموت. وعندما يرجع المنافق من طريق نفاقه الذي صنعه وأجرى حكما وعدلا، يحفظ نفسه ويرجع عن كل نفاقه الذي صنعه، يحيا حياة ولا يموت. لأن بيت إسرائيل يقول أن طريقي ليست مستقيمة. أليست طرقكم هي الغير مستقيمة؟ لهذا أدينكم كل واحد عن طرقه، يا بيت إسرائيل، يقول الرب. والآن ارجعوا وابتعدوا عن معاصيكم، فلا يكون عذاب ظلم، وانبذوا عنكم جميع معاصيكم التي صنعتموها ضدي، واقتنوا قلبا جديدا. فلماذا تموتون يا بيت إسرائيل؟ إني لا أريد موت من يموت، يقول الرب ضابط الكل. مجدا للثالوث الأقدس، الآب والابن والروح القدس، إلهنا آمين.
A homily of our Father Saint Abba John Chrysostom, may his blessings be with us all, Amen. This is the day of presentation to the awesome table. Let us therefore all present ourselves to it in purity. Let none of us be evil like Judas, for it is written that when he received the bread, Satan entered him and betrayed the Lord of glory. Let each of us examine themselves before coming forward to the body and blood of Christ, who was crucified for us, and is present on the table with mystery, to whom is might and grace, who said, "This is my body," and as the word by which he spoke only once since the beginning, saying, "Multiply, grow, and fill the earth," is present always in our nature, bearing offspring. Also the word which Christ said concerning his altar remains in our churches till this day and till his coming, fulfilling every work of sacrifice. Let us conclude the homily of our Father, St. Abba John Chrysostom, who has enlightened our minds and eyes of our hearts. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, one God. Amen. The doxology of the first hour of the great Thursday of the Holy Pascha, blessed be with us. Amen. Hear us, Lord, we pray thankfully. Our Father, who art.
Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen.
Besmonem pia mai chainen min bashois Iisus be Christos besotiren agathos tok tetigo nembi onem besmonem pia mai chainen min tok tetigo nembi onem besmonem pia mai chainen min Emmanuel ben noti ben oro Tok teti gom nembi onem bezmonem biamai Shaine min bashois Iisus be Christos besotiren agathos Tok teti gom nembi onem bezmonem biamai Shaine min Tok teti gom nembi onem bezmonem biamai Shaine min Emmanuel ben noti ben oro Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min bashois Iisus be Christos besotiren agathos Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min Emmanuel ben noti ben oro Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min bashois Iisus be Christos besotiren agathos Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min Emmanuel ben noti ben oro Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min bashois Iisus be Christos besotiren agathos Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min Emmanuel ben noti ben oro Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min bashois Iisus be Christos besotiren agathos Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min Emmanuel ben noti ben oro Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min bashois Iisus be Christos besotiren agathos Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai Shaine min Emmanuel ben noti ben oro Thok tetigo nembi onem besmonem biamai
شاينة من بشويس إيسوس بخريستوس بسوتيرن أغاثوس ثوك تتيقوم نمبيون بزمون بياماي شاينة من
وتتيقوم نمبيون بسمون بياماي شاينة من مانوئيل بنوتي بنوروث تتيقوم نمبيون بسمون بياماي شاينة من بشويس إيسوس بخريستوس بسوتيرنا غاثوس توك تتيقوم نمبيون بسمون بياماي شاينة من
ثوك تتيقوم نمبيون بزمون بياماي شاينة أمين مانوئيل بنوتي بن أورو ثوك تتيقوم نمبيون بزمون بياماي شاينة أمين بشويسي صوص بخريستوس بسوتيرن أغاثوس ثوك تتيقوم نمبيون بزمون بياماي شاينة آمين.
is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen. Emmanuel, our God and our King. To you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen, my Lord Jesus Christ, my good Savior. To you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen.
لك القوة والمجد والبركة والعزة إلى الأبد. آمين. عمانوئيل إلهنا وملكنا لك القوة والمجد والبركة والعزة إلى الأبد. آمين. يا ربي يسوع المسيح مخلص والعزة إلى الأبد آمين.
كل مشيئتك كما في السماء كذلك على الأرض. خبزنا كفافنا أعطينا اليوم، واغفر لنا ذنوبنا كما نغفر نحن أيضا المذنبين إلينا، ولا تدخلنا في تجربة لكن نجنا من الشرير، بالمسيح يسوع ربنا، لأن لك الملك والقوة والمجد إلى الأبد آمين. Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Marisheviotem ben choice ben notia ben sadire sos be Christos. Jevres kebazin gona verwaithen navari shafties FT to them tenshariata ionotai ento von marin turbo postivari Kembayeth ovavain tiron tevron ken hirin in event enjabivanto krator choice ben noti.
Vose vexaste.
O Master, Lord God, the Pantocrator, the Father, our Lord, our God, and our Savior, and King of us all, Jesus Christ. We thank you in everything concerning everything and in everything. You protect us, preserve, and accept us, have compassion upon us, support us, and brought us unto this hour.
Pray that God have mercy and compassion upon us, hear us, help us, and accept supplications and prayers of his saints, for that which is good on our behalf at all times, and forgive us our sins.
Lord have mercy.
Therefore we ask and entreat your goodness, O lover of mankind, that you grant us to conclude this blessed day all the days of our life in peace and in your fear, all envy, all temptation, all the work of Satan, all the intrigues of the wicked and rising of the enemies, hidden and manifest. Cast them away from us and from all your people, and from this church, from this holy place which is yours, but those things which are good and profitable do provide for us. It is you who has given us the authority to trample underfoot serpents and scorpions, and all the power of the enemy.
Setas misben sotir misonem besoem tati efoe volninen nobiliti بريد قصيص انك ما تتيشني مريتي بربي نسوخي قصمي سنالين كنتي بلوغس شني مريتي نوشي مريم البيت وشرمي خليل بنشتين عرشها أنجلوس شري غبريل بصوت بفايش النوفي شري شيروبيم شري سرافيم شري كماتيرون فورانيون الناس بنشتي مقروب قرب الشربي وين بسجني سنمانويل سنا شوي سنيوتي نابوستولون سيرني ماتيتي سنتبن شوي سيسنتب مستور ناكو بمارتيروس شربي ابهنجي الستيل شربي أبوستولوس ماركوس بيت أوريموس ستيفانوس بيسور بما آتيروس شربي أرشيدي يكونو وهتس مرهون لنك وبمارتيروس شربي شوي جنجي Emeos şerefi atlobo rospeşoy simboru Georgios Serenak ofimar Tiros şerefi genge Emeos şerefi atlobo rospiagios Avamina şerbeniot avabişoy Bithmi birumi ente Eleos şerbeniot avabavli Bimin rit ente Christos Yitente Yente Maria Pşoy sariyemot Manim bikoe volenten Novi Efrenos Eros Nembekiotena Avatos Nembebnema Ethoweb Je'ap Ashkak Soti Emmon Aynan
Have mercy upon me, O God, according to your loving kindness, according to the multitude of your tender mercies. Blot out my transgressions, wash me thoroughly from my iniquity, cleanse me from my sin. For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against you only have I sinned and done this evil in your sight, that you may be found just when you speak and blameless when you judge. Behold, I was brought forth in iniquity, and in sin my mother conceived me. Behold, you desire truth in inward parts, in hidden parts you make me to know wisdom. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make with you joy and gladness, that the bones which you have broken may rejoice. Hide your face from my sins, and blot out all my iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me. Do not cast me away from your presence, and do not take your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation, and uphold me with your generous spirit. Then I'll teach transgressors your ways, and sinners shall be converted to you. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, the God of my salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of your righteousness. O Lord, open my lips, and my mouth shall show forth your praise. For you do not desire sacrifice, or else I would give it. You do not delight in burnt offering. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart. These, O God, you will not despise. Do good in your goodness to Zion. Build the walls of Jerusalem. Then you shall be pleased with sacrifices of righteousness, with burnt offering and whole burnt offering. the nation of falls on your altar, Alleluia, doxasi, o Theos, agiom pneumati kenin ke ai ke espose onastone onon amin alleluia.
Tebi prosophies dathite.
Irene pasi.
Etom pneumatis.
Again, let us ask God the Pantocrator, the Father of our Lord our God and our Savior and King of us all, Jesus Christ, we ask and entreat your goodness, O lover of mankind. Remember, O Lord, the sick among your people.
Pray for our fathers and brethren who are sick with any sickness, whether in this place or any place, that Christ our God may grant us with them health and healing, and forgive us our sins.
Lord have mercy.
تعهدنا المراحم والرفات الشفاء زعنا معنا كل مرض وكل سكم روح الأمراض وترد الذين أبطأوا مطروحين في الأمراض كهم معادين والمعذبين من الأرواح نساعتكم جميعا الذين في سجون المطابق الذين في النفي السابي المقبوض عليهم من عبودية مر يا رب أعطكم جميعا ارحمهم لأنك أنت الذي تحل المربوطين وتقيم الساقطين يا رجاء من ليس له رجاء يا معين من ليس له معين أعزاء صغير القلوب من الذين في العاصف كل الأنفس المتضايق مقبوض عليها أعطي يا رب رحمة يا راعي يا برود أعطي نعم أعطي يا معون أعطي غفران للخطايا وثام نحن أيضا أمراض نفوسنا الشفية التي لا تساعدنا عافية أيها الطبيب الحقيقي لأنفسنا وأجسادنا يا مدبر كل جسد تعهدنا يا رب بخلاصك
يا رب ارحم.
We ask and entreat your goodness, O lover of mankind. Remember, O Lord, the sacrifices, the offerings, and the thanksgivings of those who have offered honor and glory unto your holy name.
Pray for those who provide for the sacrifices, offerings, first fruits, oil, incense, coverings, reading books, and altar vessels, that Christ our God may reward them in the heavenly Jerusalem and forgive us our sins.
Lord have mercy.
Receive them upon your holy rational altar in heaven, sweet Savior of incense, before your greatness in the heavens, through the service of the holy angels, archangels, as you receive the gifts of the righteous Abel, the sacrifice of our father Abraham, and the 2 mites of the widow, so also receive the thank offerings of your servants, those in abundance and those in sacristy nor manifest, those who desire to offer to you but have none, and those who have offered this gift very day, give them the incorruptible instead of the corruptible, the heaven instead of the earthly, the eternal instead of the temporal. Their houses, their stores, fill them with every good thing. Surround them, O Lord, by the power of the holy angels and the archangels, as they remembered your holy name on earth. Remember them also, Lord, in your kingdom, and this age too. Leave them not behind.
Lord have mercy.
فلنسبح مع الملائكة قائلين المجد لله في الأعالي وعلى الأرض السلام وفي الناس المسرة. نسبحك نباركك نخدمك نسجد لك نعترف لك ننطق بمجدك نشكرك من أجل عظم مجدك أيها الرب المالك على السماوات الله الآب ضابط الكل والرب الابن الواحد الوحيد يسوع المسيح والروح القدس أيها الرب الإله حمل الله ابن الآب رافع خطية العالم ارحمنا يا حامل خطية العالم اقبل طلباتنا إليك أيها الجالس عن يمين أبي ارحمنا أنت وحدك القدوس أنت وحدك العلي يا رب يسوع المسيح والروح القدس مجدا لله الآب أمين أباركك كل يوم وأسبح اسمك القدوس إلى الأبد وإلى أبد الأبد أمين منذ الليل روحي تبكر إليك يا إلهي لأن أوامرك هي نور على الأرض كنت أتلو في طرقك لأنك صرت لي معينا. باكرا يا رب تسمع صوتي، بالغداة أقف أمامك وتراني.
Holy God, holy almighty, holy immortal, who was crucified for us, have mercy upon us. Holy God, holy almighty, holy immortal, who was crucified for us, have mercy upon us. Holy God, holy almighty, holy immortal, who was crucified for us, have mercy upon us. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, both now and always, unto the age of ages. Amen. O Holy Trinity, have mercy on us. Holy Trinity, have mercy on us. Holy Trinity, have mercy on us. The Lord remit our sins. The Lord pardon our iniquities. The Lord forgive us our trespasses. The Lord visit the sick of your people, heal them for the sake of your holy name. Our fathers and brethren who have slept, O Lord, repose their souls. For you are sinless, Lord, help us. You are sinless, Lord, help us and receive our supplications. For yours is the glory, honor, and holiness. Lord, have mercy, Lord, have mercy, Lord, bless us. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Christos Iisus bensois amin alleluia sherene tentivo erodiet uabeth menu et oem parthenos en seioni vectimat notis mavem pe Christos.
Elio in tenebros efshi efshoi hapi shiri emmenrit entefkan novin anevol.
Shelthietas misinan in pioin in taev mi pe Christos pennoti ti parthenos et oem.
Tiho emepshoi sehri gol entef eronain mnen psishi entefkan novin anevol.
Ti parthenos Mariam, ti Theotokos et oem, ti ebrostatis et enot enter genus entitiv et Romi.
Arbrezvevineri gol naren bechristos vitarik fopos entefre motnan bikoi volenten novin.
Sherene oti parthenos oro emmi enali fini sherep shosho ente bengenos ariek vonarinima anoim
Tentiho arimem mevioti ebrostatis vetenot naren ben shois Isos betherestos entefkanen novin anevol.
Oniatin tomareyati saveo ensenne timahes notienes ini biahoe betnematikon.
اليمام النقية التي نادت في أرضنا وأين عتلنا ثمرات الروح.
The spirit of comfort that came upon your son in the waters of the Jordan, as in the type of Noah.
وأنت أيضا رجاؤنا اليمام العقلية أتيت لنا بالرحمة وحملتيه في بطنك.
Likewise you are our hope, the rational told of, have brought mercy unto us, and carried him in your womb.
أي يسوع المولود من الآب ولد لنا منك وحرر جنسنا.
Wherefore let us declare first with
tongues also, proclaiming and saying,
يا ربنا يسوع المسيح اجعل لك فينا هيكلا لروحك القدوس يعطيك تمجيدا.
Irene oti parthenos ti oro emnien alithini, Shereb shoshoim teben genos ariek vonan Emmanuel.
تنتيه قريبا مفيوتي بروستاتي ستنوت نهر بن شويس يسوس بخريستوس انتفكان النوبينا نبول.
Michael, the head of the heavenlies, the first among the angelic hosts, serving before the Lord.
إن الله يرسل لنا مرحم ورأفته بسؤال ميخائيل رئيس الملائكة العظيم.
The harvest is perfected through the prayers of Michael, for he is near God, asking him for us.
كل عطية صالحة وكل موهبة تامة إنما تهبط لنا من فوق من عند أبي الأنوار.
Let us praise and glorify and worship the holy and co-essential Trinity, who endures forever.
جنوبي أرشي أنجلوس ثواب ميخائيل بأرحون الناني في أوين تفكان النوبي نانيبول.
Our Lord Jesus Christ has chosen his apostles, Peter and Andrew and John and James,
وفيلبس ومتى وبرثولوماوس وتوما ويعقوب ابن حلفا وسمعان القناوي.
Thaddeus and Matthias, Paul, Mark and Luke, and the rest of the disciples who followed our Savior.
متياس الذي صار عوضا عن يهوذا وكامل بقية التلاميذ الذين تبعوا السيد.
Their sound went forth into all the earth, and their words unto the ends of the world.
بهم بشوي سري جنونا شوي سنيوتن أبسطولوس نمبيش فيم ماثيتيس تفكان النوبينا نبول.
Among the apostles and the evangelists, the witness to the passion of the only begotten God.
أتيت وأنرت لنا بإنجيلك وعلمتنا الأب والابن والروح القدس.
You brought us out of darkness into the true light and fed us the bread of life which came down from heaven.
تباركت بك كل قبائل الأرض وأقوالك بلغت إلى أقطار المسكونة.
Hail to you, O martyr, hail to the evangelist, hail to the apostle, Mark the beholder of God.
بهم بشوي سري جنوب ثيوري مصنف انجيلستيس مرقس بيا بسطولوس انتفكان النوبينا نبول.
The honored martyr of our Lord Jesus Christ, be saint, which means a crown.
الذي كشف له الله أسرارا عظيمة واستنار وجهه مثل وجه ملاك.
He saw the glory of heaven and Jesus at the right of his Father, and those who were stoning him, he prayed for their salvation.
صارخا قائلا يا ربي يسوع المسيح اقبل روحي إليك ولا تحسب هذه الخطية على هؤلاء الناس.
Because they do not know what they are doing, for their blindness, O Lord, do not rebuke them.
أكمل سعيه ومات على الحق ولبس إكليل الشهادة غير المضمحل.
Hail to you, O athlete of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Holy Stephen, which means a crown.
وهم بشوي سريقون بيارش دياكون تسمرو ستيفانوس بشرب مرتيروس تفكان النوبينا نقول.
O Joseph, the high priest of the great city Alexandria, the pure celibate, adorned with true humility.
في أيام رئاستك أدركتنا هذه النعمة العظيمة نحن غير مستحقين.
The coming of our fathers, the cross bearers, the shining stars of Abishai and Abba,
هذين الذين صار لنا ميناء للخلاص وأضاء أنفسنا بواسطة جسدهما الطاهرين.
Hail to our father of Abishai, the perfect and righteous man. Hail to our father of Paul, the beloved of Christ.
وهم شوي سري قنونا شوي سنيوتي ماينو شيري أبا بشوي نما بابا بلي انت فكان انو بينا نقول.
Shobienthoi som segon chenimatchos in ariken chitot en chosen nefterenti theotokos etoyem parthenos en seionivel.
ماتيهم في طاري ماس بن صوتير ناغاثوس انت في قولينا في سيب الهارون انت في سمننا انت في ريني.
Shereneoti parthenos ti oro emmin alithini. Shereb shoshon te bengenos ariek bonan in Emmanuel.
تنتي هو قريبا مميوتي بروستاتي ستنوت نار بن شويسيسوس بخريستوس انت فكان النوبينا نقول. نعظمك يوم النور الحقيقي ونمجدك آية والأزهار القديسة واردة الإله لأنك ولدت لنا مخلص العالم أتى وخلص نفوسنا. المجد لك يا سيدنا وملكنا المسيح، فخر الرسل، إكليل الشهداء، تهليل الصديقين، ثبات الكنائس، غفران الخطايا. نبشر بالثالوث القدوس لاهوت واحد، نسجد له ونمجده. يا رب ارحم، يا رب ارحم، يا رب بارك. آمين.
In truth, we believe in one God,
God the Father, the Pantocrator, who created heaven and earth and all things seen and unseen. We believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, begotten of the Father before all ages, light of light, true God of true God, begotten, not created, co-essential with the Father, by whom all things were made, who for us men and for our salvation came down from heaven and was the incarnate of the Holy Spirit and the Virgin Mary and became man.
truly we believe in one God, the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son,
was crucified for us under Pontius Pilate,
who receives
the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the life-giver,
who proceeds from the Father, with the Father and the Son is worshipped and glorified, who spoke by the prophets in the one holy Catholic Apostolic Church, we confess one baptism for the remission of sins.
we look in Gostemul Chaitenti Anastasis Teniref Mutnem Bihol Chente Bihones Eyo
Take away your anger from us, visit us with your salvation, and forgive us our sins.
Amen. oh, scripture had to be fulfilled, which the Holy Spirit spoke before by the mouth of David concerning became a guide to oh,
A chapter from the Acts of our fathers, the holy apostles, may their holy blessings do us all, amen. And in those days Peter stood up in the midst of the disciples all together. The number of names was about 120, and said, Men and brethren, this scripture had to be fulfilled, which the Holy Spirit spoke before by the mouth of David concerning Judas, who became a guide to those who arrested Judas. For he was numbered with and obtained a part in this ministry. Now this man purchased a field with the wages of iniquity, and falling headlong he burst open in the middle, and all his entrails gushed out. And it became known to all those dwelling in Jerusalem, so that the field is called in their own language Akeldama, that is, field of blood. For it is written in the book of Psalms, "Let this habitation be desolate, and let no one live in it, and let another take his office. May the word of the Lord grow and spread, be mighty and firmly held in the holy church of God." Amen.
Judas, Judas, Judas, Judas, Judas, Judas, o paranomos.
Judas, Judas, Judas, Judas, Judas, Judas, Judas, who has broken the law with silver. You have sold, O Christ, to the Jews who have broken the law breakers to Christ and nailed him on the cross at the place of Caranium.
Barabbas, the convicted thief, was set free, and the Lord judge was crucified.
Judas, Judas, Judas, Judas, Judas, Judas, you breaker of the law.
Barabbas, Barabbas لص المدان أطلقوا وسيد الديان صلبوا. يهوذا يهوذا يهوذا يهوذا يهوذا يهوذا مخالفا الناموس.
In your holy sight they placed the spear, and like a thief they nailed you on the cross and put you in a grave. Oh, you who arose Lazarus from the dead.
في جنبك وضعوا حربك ومثل لص
على خشبة ووضعوك في قبر يا من أقام لعازر من القبر
Judas, Judas, Judas, Judas, Judas, Judas, the breaker of the Lord.
As Jonah remained for 3 days in the belly of the fish, likewise our Savior stayed for 3 days after he died. They sealed the grave.
يهوذا يهوذا يهوذا يهوذا يهوذا يهوذا مخالفا ناموس لأنه كما مكث يونان 3 أيام في بطن الحوت هكذا مخلصنا أقام 3 أيام وبعد أن مات ختموا القبر.
Truly he rose, and the soldiers don't know that he truly arose. The Savior of the world, who suffered and rose for our sake. Glory be to you, O Lord.
بالحقيقة قام والجند لم يعلموا أنه حقا نهض مخلص العالم الذي تألم وقام لأجل جنسنا يا رب المجد لك إلى الأبد آمين.
Thanatos, ois stavrotis dimes, eleison imes, doxa metri, keio, keio ebnev marti, kenin, keai, estos, eonaston, eonon, amin agiatrias, eleison imes.
Eshlir,
Evi brosevki estafite.
Irene pasi,
Et omnev matis.
O Master Lord Jesus Christ, our God, who spake to saying, the honored disciples, saintly apostles, saying, many prophets and righteous men have desired to see the things which you see, have not seen them, and to hear the things which you hear, have not heard them. Blessed are your eyes, so they see, and ears, so they hear. May we be worthy to hear and act according to your holy Gospels, through the prayers of your saints.
Pray for the Holy Gospel.
Lord have mercy.
اذكر أيضا يا سيدنا كل الذين أوصونا أن نذكرهم تضرعاتنا وطلباتنا التي نرفعها إليك يا رب لنا الذين سبقوا ورقدوا يا رب نيحهم مرضى شفيهم أنت حياتنا كلنا خلاصنا كلنا رجعنا كلنا شفانا كلنا قيامتنا كلنا.
Salmos toda Avid Avecino
Ah
قد عيرني لأحتمله مبغضين عظم علي لاختفيت منه
Kadoxios ti sacroas ostagio evangelio, Kyrio que ton theonemon, eketem somen sofia orthiakos somen, tu agio
Si se vol en evangeliones oeb katalogan ageion
From the Psalms of our teacher David, the prophet and king, may his blessings be with us all, amen. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet they were drawn swords. For it is not an enemy who reproaches me, then I could bear it, nor is it one who hates me,
who has magnified himself against me than I could hide. Oh Lord, have pity and mercy on us, and make us worthy to listen to your holy gospel. A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint Luke, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. Then came the day of unleavened bread, when the Passover must be killed. And he sent Peter and John, saying, Go and prepare the Passover for us, that we may eat. So they said to him, Where do you want us to prepare? And he said to them, Behold, when you have entered the city, a man will meet you carrying a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house which he enters. Then you shall say to the master of the house, The teacher says to you, Where is the guest room where I may eat the Passover with my disciples? Then he will show you a large furnished upper room. There make ready. So they went out and found it just as he had said to them, and they prepared the Passover.
Glory to you.
طرح الساعة الأولى.
يوم الفصح قد اقترب يا سيدنا، عرفنا المكان الذي نعده لك. قال التلاميذ للمعلم: أنت هو مخلصنا يا يسوع المسيح. فأرسل 2 من تلاميذه، الصفا ويوحنا، وقال لهما: قوما وامضيا إلى هذه المدينة فتجدان رجلا حاملا جرة ماء. إذ مشى سيرا أنتما خلفه إلى الموضع الذي يدخل إليه، فقولا لصاحب البيت يقول المعلم: أين المكان الذي آكل فيها الفصح؟ فذاك يريكما علية فوقانية خالية مفروشة. أعد الفصح في ذلك الموضع، وهكذا صنع كقول الرب. تعالوا أيها الأمم، افرحوا وتهللوا، إن الإله الكلمة صار لكم فصحا. الفصح الأول الذي بالخروف خلص الشعب من عبودية فرعون، والفصح الجديد هو ابن الله الذي خلص العالم من الفساد. بأنواع كثيرة وأشياء شتى أعد الخلاص والنجاة الأبدية. لكن هذا الخلاص هو لكل العالم، من مشارق الشمس إلى مغاربها. جذب كل أحد إلى علو رحمته وللرأفة التي كان يصنعها، وأظهر لهم كثرة نعمته التي أفاضها على كل موضع من المسكونة. أخذ الذي لنا وجعله مع الذي له، وتفضل علينا بصلاحه. المسيح مخلصنا جاء وتألم عنا لكي بآلامه يخلصنا. فلنمجده ونرفع اسمه لأنه صنع معنا رحمة كعظيم رحمته.
بخريستوس en sotir Ina enem kav Marinti ona Jever onayni men Şöyle Hele brane viyot ne müşirin bebne mathu abonot en ohot amin. The prophecies of the third hour of the great Thursday of the Holy Pascha. His blessings be with us. Amen.
From the book of Moses, from the book of Exodus of Moses the prophet, may his blessings with us all, amen. And it came to pass on the next day that Moses said to the people, "You have committed a great sin. So now I will go up to the Lord. Perhaps I can make atonement for your sin." Then Moses returned to the Lord and said, "Oh, these people have committed a great sin and have made for themselves a god of gold. Yet now, if you will forgive their sin, but if not, I pray, blot me out of your book which you have written." And the Lord said to Moses, "Whoever has sinned against me, I will blot out of my book. Now therefore go and lead the people to the place of which I have spoken to you. Behold, my angel shall go before you. Nevertheless, in the day when I visit for punishment, I will visit punishment upon them for their sin." So the Lord plagued the people because of what they did with the calf which Aaron made. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Depart and go from here, you and the people whom you have brought out of the land of Egypt, to the land which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, 'To your descendants I will give it, and I will send my angel before you, and I will drive out the Canaanite, and the Amorite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jezebite. Go up to a land flowing with milk and honey, for I will not go up in your midst, lest I consume you on the way, for you are a stiff-necked people.' And when the people heard this bad news, they mourned, and no one put on his ornaments. For the Lord said to Moses, 'Say to the children of Israel, you are a stiff-necked people. I could come up into your midst in one moment and consume you. Now therefore take off your ornaments, that I may know what you do. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father and Son and the Holy Spirit. Also from Jesus, son of Sirach, the prophet, may his blessings be with us all, amen."
Wisdom will praise herself and will glory in the midst of her people. In the assembly of the Most High she will open her mouth, and in the presence of his hosts she will glory. Came forth from the mouth of the Most High, and covered the earth like a mist. I dwelt in high places, and my throne was in a pillar of cloud. Alone I have made the circuit of the vault of heaven, and have walked in the depths of the abyss. In the waves of the sea, in the whole earth, and in every people and nation I have gotten a possession. Among all these I sought a resting place. I saw in whose territory I might lodge. Then the Creator of all things gave me a commandment, and the one who created me assigned a place for my tent. And he said, "Make your dwelling in Jacob, and in Israel receive your inheritance. From eternity in the beginning he created me, and for and for eternity I shall not cease to exist. In the holy tabernacle I ministered before him, and so I was established in Zion. In the beloved city likewise he gave me a resting place, and in Jerusalem was my dominion. Glory be to the Holy Trinity of God.
Also from Zechariah the prophet, is blessed be with us all. Amen.
As for you also, because of the blood of your covenant, I will set your prisoners free from the waterless pit. Return to the stronghold, you prisoners of foe. Even today I declare that I will restore double to you. For I have bent Judah, my bow, fitted the bow with Ephraim, and raised up your sons, O Zion, against your sons, O Greece, and made you like the sword of a mighty man. Then the Lord will be seen over them, and his arrow will go forth like lightning. The Lord God will blow the trumpet and go with the whirlwinds from the south.
Glory be to the Holy Trinity. Also from Solomon, from the book of Proverbs, is blessed be with us. Amen.
Surely I am more stupid than any man, and do not have the understanding of a man. I neither learned wisdom nor have knowledge of the Holy One, who has ascended into heaven or descended, who has gathered the wind in his fists, who has bound the waters in a garment, who has established all the ends of the earth. What is his name, and what is his son's name, if you know? Every word of God is pure. He is the shield to those who put their trust in him. Do not add his words, lest he rebuke you, and you be found a liar. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
The third hour of the great Thursday of the Holy Pascha is blessed be with us. Amen. Hear us, O Lord, we pray thankfully, our Father who art
In heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Through Jesus Christ our Lord, who has the kingdom, power, and glory forever.
Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem Emmanuel penoti penoro. Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem imbashois Isos be Christos besotir agathos. Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem
Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem Emmanuel penoti penoro. Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem besois Isos be Christos besotir agathos. Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem
Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem Emmanuel penoti penoro. Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem imbashois Isos be Christos besotir agathos. Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem
Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem Emmanuel penoti penoro. Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem besois Isos be Christos besotir agathos. Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem
Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem Emmanuel penoti penoro. Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem besois Isos be Christos besotir agathos. Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem
Docteti gomnem pionem pismonem biamai shainem Emmanuel penoti penoro. Docteti Tetigon Nempionem Pismonem Piamahi Shaine Pachois Isos Christos Pasotiren Agathos Log Tetigon Nempio Monem Piamahi Shaine Amin
Okteti gom nempionem pismonem biamai shaine min Emmanuel ben noti ben oro. Okteti gom nempionem pismonem biamai shaine min bashois Isos bechristos basotiren agathos. Okteti gom nempionem pismonem biamai shaine min.
Tetigon Nempionem Pismonem Piamahi Shaine Amin Manuel Penoti Penoro Thok Tetigon Nempionem Pismonem Piamahi Shaine Pachois Isos Bechristos Pasotiren Agathos Thok Tetigon Pionem Pismonem Piamahi Shaine Amin
Okteti gom nempionem pismonem biamai shaine min Emmanuel ben noti ben oro. Okteti gom nempionem pismonem biamai shaine min bashois Isos bechristos basotiren agathos. Okteti gom nempionem pismonem biamai shaine min.
Tetigon Nempionem Pismonem Piamahi Shaine Amin Emmanuel Ben Noti Ben Oro Tetigon Nempionem Pismonem Piamahi Shaine Amin Pachois Isos Bechristos Pasotiren Agathos Tetigon Nempio Pismonem Piamahi Shaine Amin
Okteti gom nempionem pismonem biamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben noti ben oro. Sos be Christos pasotiren agathos. Toktetin gom nempi onem pismonem bi amai shaine amin.
To you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen. Emmanuel, our God and our King, to you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen. My Lord Jesus Christ, my good Savior, to you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us.
And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever.
Salmos toda avid senago org enet psyche
Taxeio penimes tis acroaseos tu agio evangelio Kyrion keton peonemon Ikatev somen sofeor theakos somen to agio
From the sons of our teacher David, the prophet and king, may his blessings be with us all, amen. They gather together against the life of the righteous and condemn innocent blood. He has brought on them their own iniquity and wickedness. The Lord our God shall cut them off. O Lord, have pity and mercy on us, and make us worthy to listen to your holy gospel. A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to St. Matthew, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us. Now, on the first day of the feast, feast of the unleavened bread. The disciples came to Jesus, saying to him, "Where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Passover?" And he said, "Go into the city to a certain man and say to him, 'The teacher says my time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at your house with my disciples.'" So the disciples did as Jesus had directed them, and they prepared the Passover.
Glory to you, Lord.
The prophecies of the 6th hour of the great Thursday of the Holy Pascha, His blessings be with us. Amen. From Jeremiah the prophet.
Hear my word, O Lord, all you of Judah who enter into the gates to worship the Lord. Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, amend your ways and your doings, and I will cause you to dwell in this place. Do not trust in these lying words, saying, "The temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord are these." For if you thoroughly amend your ways and your doings, if you thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor, if you do not oppress the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, and do not shed innocent blood in this place, or walk after other gods to your hurt, then I will cause you to dwell in this place, in the land that I give to your fathers forever and ever. Behold, you trust in lying words that cannot profit. Will you steal, murder, commit adultery, swear falsely, burn incense to Baal, and walk after other gods whom you do not know, and then come and stand before me in this house, which is called by my name, and say, we are delivered to do all these abominations? Has this house which is called by my name, become a den of thieves in your eyes? Behold, even I have seen it, says the Lord. But go now to my place which is in Sheol, where I set my name at the first, and see what I did to it because of the wickedness of my people Israel. And now because you have done all these works, says the Lord, and I spoke to you, rising up early and speaking, but you did not hear, and I called you, but you did not answer. Therefore, I will do to the house which is called by name, in which you trust, and to this place which I give to you and your fathers, as I have done to Sheol. And I will cast out of my sight, as I have cast out all your brethren, the whole prosperity of Ephraim. Glory be to Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Also from Ezekiel the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
As for you, O house of Israel, thus says the Lord God, go, serve every one of you his idols, and hereafter, if you will not obey me, but profane my holy name no more with your gifts and your idols. For on my holy mountain, on the mountain height of Israel, says the Lord God, there all the house of Israel, all of them in the land, shall serve me. There I will accept them, and there I will require your offerings and the first fruits of your sacrifices, together with all your holy things. I will accept you as a sweet aroma when I bring you out from the peoples, and gather you out of the countries where you have been scattered, and I will be hallowed in you before the Gentiles. Then you shall know that I am the Lord, when I bring you into the land of Israel, into the country for which I raised my hand in an oath to give to your fathers. And there you shall remember your ways and all your doings with which you were defiled. And you shall loathe yourselves in your own sight because of all the evils that you have committed. Then you shall know that I am the Lord, when I have dealt with you for my name's sake, not according to your wicked ways, nor according to your corrupt doings. O house of Israel, says the Lord God. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from Jesus, son of Sirach the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
Who will pity a snake charmer hidden by a serpent, or any who go near wild beasts. So no one will pity a man who associates with the sinner and becomes involved in his sins. He will stay with you for a time, but if you falter, he will not stand by you. An enemy will speak sweetly with his lips, but in his mind he will plan to throw you into a pit. An enemy will weep with his eyes, but if he finds an opportunity, his thirst for blood will be insatiable. Calamity befalls you. You will find him there ahead of you, and while pretending to help you, he will trip you by the heel. He will shake his hand and clap his hands, and whisper much, and change his expression. Whoever touches pitch will be defiled, and whoever associates with the proud man will become like him. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Look 7:3, Yok the Vatican case, Amin. Look solid the 6th hour of the great third and Holy Pascha. His blessing be with us, amen. Hear us, our Lord, we pray together, our Father,
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, power, and glory, forever and ever.
Eleison toctetic omnium besmonem biamai shaine min mano impenoti penoro toctetic omnium besmonem biamai shaine min bashois Iisus pe Christos pesotiren agathos toctetic omnium besmonem biamai shaine min
Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min Emmanuel penoti penoro. Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine Pechois Iisus pe Christos pesotiren agathos. Toctetic Nempesmonem piamai shaine min.
Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min Emmanuel penoti penoro. Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min bashois Iisus pe Christos pesotiren agathos. Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min.
Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min Emmanuel penoti penoro. Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine pechois Iisus pe Christos pesotiren agathos. Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min.
Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min Emmanuel penoti penoro. Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min bashois Iisus pe Christos pesotiren agathos. Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min.
Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min Emmanuel penoti penoro. Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine pechois Iisus pe Christos pesotiren agathos. Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min.
Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min Emmanuel penoti penoro. Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min bashois Iisus pe Christos pesotiren agathos. Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min.
Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine min Emmanuel penoti penoro. Toctetic omnium pesmonem piamai shaine Pachois Iisus be Christos, pasotiren agathos, tok tetigon, nimpion, impesmon, impiama, ishain, emir.
Tok tetigom nimpion impesmon impiama ishain emin Emmanuel ben noti ben oro. Tok tetigom nimpion impesmon impiama ishain emin Pachois Iisus be Christos. Pasotiren agathos, tok tetigom nimpion impesmon impiama ishain emin.
Tok tetigom, nimpion, impesmon, impiama, ishain, emin, Emmanuel ben noti ben oro. Tok tetigom, nimpion, impesmon, impiama, ishain, Pachois Iisus be Christos, pasotiren agathos, tok tetigom, on impesmon, impiama, ishain, emir.
To you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen. Emmanuel, our God and our King. To you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen, my Lord Jesus Christ, my good Savior. To you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen.
Tok tetigom, nempi, ohunem, pesmonem, iamahi, shaene, amin, pachois, Iisus, pie Christos, pasotiren agathos, tok tetigom, nempio, nempismon, nempiamahi, shaene, amen. Who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forevermore. Amen.
Some of David. Let the lying lips be put to silence, which speak insolent things proudly and contempt. You asleep against the righteous, for I hear the slanderer. they take counsel together against me. They scheme to take my life.
Tis acroasios tagio evangelio, Kyrion keton theonemon, ekatev somen sofeor theakos omen, to agio
From the Psalms of our teacher David, the prophet and king, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. Let the lying lips be put to silence, which speak insolent things proudly and contemptuously against the righteous. For I hear the slander of many, fear is on every side. While they take counsel together against me, they scheme to take away my life. O Lord, have pity and mercy on us, and make us worthy to listen to your holy gospel. A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint Mark, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings
be with us all.
Now on the first day of unleavened bread, when they killed the Passover lamb, his disciples said to him, "Where do you want us to go and prepare, that you may eat the Passover?" And he sent out two of his disciples and said to them, "Go into the city, and a man will meet you, carrying a pitcher of water. Follow him. Wherever he goes in, say to the master of the house, 'The teacher says, where is the guest room in which I may eat the Passover with my disciples?' Then he will show you a large upper room furnished and prepared. There make ready for us." So his disciples went out and came into the city, and found it just as he had said to them, and they prepared the Passover.
Glory to you,
the prophecies of the 9th hour of the great Thursday of the Holy Pascha. His blessed be with us, amen. From the book of Genesis, from Moses the prophet. His blessed be with us, amen.
it came to pass after these things that God tested Abraham, and said to him, Abraham. And he said, Here I am. Then he said, Take now your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah, and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I shall tell you. So Abraham rose early in the morning and saddled his donkey, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and he split the wood for the burnt offering, and arose and went to the place of which God had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted his eyes and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said to his young men, Stay here with the donkey. The lad and I will go yonder and worship, and we will come back to you. So Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it on Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand and a knife, and the 2 of them went together. But Isaac spoke to Abraham his father and said, My father. And he said, Here I am, my son. Then he said, Look, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? And Abraham said, My son, God will provide for himself the lamb for a burnt offering. So the 2 of them went together. Then they came to the place of which God had told them. And Abraham built an altar there and placed the wood in order. And he bound Isaac his son and laid him on the altar, upon the wood. And Abraham stretched out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called to him from heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. So he said, Here I am. And he said, Do not lay your hand on the lad, or do anything to him. For now I know that you fear God, since you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me. Then Abraham lifted his eyes and looked, and there behind him was a ram caught in a thicket by its horns. So Abraham went and took the ram and offered it up for a burnt offering instead of his son. And Abraham called the name of the place, The Lord will provide. As it is said to this day, In the mount of the Lord it shall be provided. Then the angel of the Lord called to Abraham a second time out of heaven, and said, By myself I have sworn, says the Lord, because you have done this thing, and have not withheld your son, your only son. Blessing I will bless you, and multiplying I will multiply your descendants as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is on the seashore. And your descendants shall possess the gate of their enemies. In your seed all the nations of the earth shall be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned to his young men, and they arose and went together to Beersheba. And Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from Isaiah the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me to preach good tidings to the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of a prison to those who are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to console those who mourn in Zion, to give them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they may be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he may be glorified, and they shall rebuild the old ruins. They shall raise up the former desolations, and they shall repair the ruined cities, the desolations of many generations. Strangers shall stand and feed for your flocks, and the sons of the foreigner shall be your plowmen and your vine-dressers. But you shall be named the priests of the Lord. They shall call you the servants of our God. You shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory you shall boast. Instead of your shame you shall have double honor, and instead of confusion they shall rejoice in their portion. Therefore in their land they shall possess double. Everlasting joy shall be theirs. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from the book of Genesis of Moses the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
And the king of Sodom went out to meet at the valley of Sheahar, that is the king's valley, after his return from the defeat of Chedorlaomer, and the kings who were with him. Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was the priest of God Most High. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abraham of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand, and gave him a tithe of all. Glory be to Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Also from Job the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
As God lives, who has taken away my justice, and the Almighty who has made my soul bitter, as long as my breath is in me, and the breath of God in my nostrils, my lips will not speak wickedness, nor my tongue utter deceit. Far be it from me that I should say you are right. Till I die, I will not put away my integrity from me. My righteousness I hold fast, and will not let it go. My heart shall not reproach me as long as I live. May my enemy be like the wicked, and he who rises up against me like the unrighteous. For what is the hope of the hypocrite? Though he may gain much, if God takes away his life. Will God hear his cry when trouble comes upon him? Will he delight himself in the Almighty? Will he always call on God? I will teach you about the hand of God. What is with the Almighty I will not conceal. Surely all of you have seen it. Why then do you behave with complete nonsense? This is the portion of a wicked man with God, and the heritage of oppressors received from the Almighty. If his children are multiplied, it is for the sword, and his offspring shall not be satisfied with bread. Those who survive him shall be buried in death, and their widows shall not weep. Though he heaps up silver like dust, and piles up clothing like clay, he may pile it up, but the just will hear it, and the innocent will divide the silver. He builds the house like a moth, like a booth which a watchman makes. The rich man will lie down, but not be gathered up. He opens his eyes, and he is no more. Terrors overtake him like a flood. A tempest steals him away in the night. The east wind carries him away, and he is gone. It sweeps him out of his place. It hurls against him and does not spare. He flees desperately from its power. Men shall clap their hands at him, and shall hiss him out of his place. Surely there is a mine for silver, and a place where gold is refined. Iron is taken from the earth, and copper is smelted from ore. Man puts an end to darkness, and searches every recess. For ore in the darkness and the shadow of death. He breaks open a shaft away from people, in places forgotten by feet. They hang far away from men, they swing to and fro. As for the earth, from it comes bread, but underneath it is turned up as by fire. Its stones are the source of sapphires, and it contains gold dust. That path no bird knows, nor has the falcon's eye seen it. The proud lions have not trodden it, nor has the fierce lion passed over it. He puts his hand on the flint, he overturns the mountains at the roots. He cuts out channels in the rock, and his eyes seize every precious thing. He dams up the streams from trickling. What is hidden he brings forth to light. But where can wisdom be found, and where is the place of understanding? Man does not know its value, nor is it found in the land of the living. Glory be to the Lord, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
His blessings be with us, and hear us will pray, our Father.
Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom and power.
Tetigon Empion Embismon Empia Mai Shaine Min Emmanuel Ben Noti Ben Oro Tetigon Empion Embismon Empia Mai Shaine Ashois Jesus Christos Pesotir Nathos Tetigon Empion Embismon Empia Mai Shaine Min
Tetigon Empion Embismon Empia Mai Shaine Min Emmanuel Ben Noti Ben Oro Tetigon Empion Embismon Empia Mai Shaine Pechois Jesus Christos Pesotir Agathos Tetigon Empion Embismon Empia Mai Shaine Min
Tetigon Empion Embismon Empia Mai Shaine Min Emmanuel Ben Noti Ben Oro Tetigon Empion
Besmonem via mai shainem in pashois Isos be Christos besotiren agathos totetigom nepion Besmonem via mai shainem
Toktetigom nempion Besmonem via mai shainem in Emmanuel pennosi penoro Toktetigom nempion Besmonem via mai shainem Pachois Isos be Christos Pasotiren agathos Toktetigom Pionem Besmonem pia mai shainem
Toktetigom nepionem Besmonem pia mai shainem Emmanuel benoti benoro Toktetigom nepionem Besmonem pia mai shainem Pashois Isos be Christos Pasotiren agathos Toktetigom nepionem Besmonem pia mai shainem
Toktetigom nempionem Besmonem pia mai shainem Emmanuel benoti benoro Toktetigom nempionem Besmonem pia mai shainem Pachois Isos be Christos Pasotiren agathos Toktetigom nempionem Besmonem pia mai shainem
Toktetigom nepionem Besmonem pia mai shainem Emmanuel benoti benoro Toktetigom nepionem Besmonem pia mai shainem Pachois Isos be Christos Pasotiren agathos Toktetigom nepionem Besmonem pia mai shainem
Toktetigom nempionem Besmonem pia mai shainem Emmanuel benoti benoro Toktetigom nempionem Besmonem pia mai shainem Pachois Isos be Christos Pasotiren agathos Toktetigom nempionem Besmonem pia mai shainem
Toktetigom nepionem Besmonem pia mai shainem Emmanuel benoti benoro Toktetigom nepionem Besmonem pia mai shainem Pachois Isos be Christos Pasotiren agathos Toktetigom nepionem Besmonem pia mai shainem
Toktetigom nempionem Besmonem pia mai shainem Emmanuel benoti benoro Toktetigom nempionem Besmonem pia mai shainem Pachois Isos be Christos Pasotiren agathos Toktetigom nempionem Besmonem pia mai shainem
Benoti benoro
Jesus Christ, my good Savior. To you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, power, and glory forever. Amen.
Psalm of David. The Lord is shepherd. I shall not want. Makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters.
Tis acrasios tagio evangelio, Kyrion keton theonemon, Ekatev somen sofeor theakos omen, to agio
From the Psalms of our teacher David the prophet and king, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures, he leads me beside the still waters. O Lord, have pity and mercy on us, and make us worthy to listen to your holy gospel. A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to St. Matthew.
the evangelist and pure disciple, may his blessings
be with us all.
Now, on the first day of the feast of the unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying to him, "Where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Passover?" And he said, "Go into the city to a certain man and say to him, 'The teacher says, my time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at your house with my disciples.' So the disciples did as Jesus had directed them, and they prepared the Passover.
Glory to you, Lord.
The commentary of the third, the sixth of the third hour of the great Thursday of the Holy Passover, blessed with us. Amen.
At that morning Moses said to the Israelites that they sinned in front of the Lord because they made an ox to worship, and that he is going to ask the Lord to have mercy and forgive their sins. Moses the prophet went to the Lord and bowed down, saying, "O Lord the compassionate, forgive your people's sins, but if not, blot me out of the book you wrote." The Lord said to him, "I will blot out those who sinned, not you." When the people heard those punishments, they cried out. But the Lord said, "You are harsh, ungodly, stiff-necked, and behold, I shall blot you out of my book."
Christ, our Saviour, came and suffered for us that he may save us through his suffering.
Let us glorify and exalt his name according to his great mercy.
The commentary of the sixth hour of the great Thursday of the Holy Passover, blessed with us. Amen.
Listen to what the Lord said to the Israelites. Let everyone leave his sins and ungodliness. You may have defiled my holy name and made gods of gold, but I will accept you, take you to my holy mountain so that you worship me, and I shall raise you above all nations. You will know that I am the Lord and none else but me, and everyone on heaven, on earth, and on the seas will worship me and ask for my forgiveness.
Christ our Saviour came and suffered for us that he may save us through his suffering.
Let us glorify and exalt his name according to his great mercy.
The commentary of the ninth hour of the great Thursday of the Holy Passover, blessed with us. Amen.
When Abraham rose above the people in the Lord's eyes, the Lord appeared to him and told him, Abraham, take now your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains. Abraham did what the Lord said, and took his son and 2 servants, and saddled his ass, and went into the place which God had told him. Abraham told his men, Stay here, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship and come again to you. Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son, and took the fire and the knife, and both of them went to the mountain together. Isaac spoke unto Abraham, saying, Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering? Abraham said, My son, God will provide himself a lamb for an acceptable offering. Abraham built an altar there and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac's legs and hands, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. Isaac said, I am your offering today, my father. Abraham took the knife to slay his son, to accomplish God's command. Then the voice of the Lord called unto him, saying, Abraham, lay not your hand upon the lad, and do not hurt him. For now I know that you have loved me, and did not worship your only son. In blessings I will bless you, and in multiplying I will multiply your seeds, as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand upon the seashore. Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw a ram caught in a bush by its horns. Abraham went and took the ram, and offered it for a burnt offering instead of his son. The Almighty God blessed Abraham, for he found him well-pleasing in everything.
Christ our Saviour came and suffered for us, that he may save us through his suffering.
Let us glorify and exalt his name according to his great mercy.
Christ our Saviour, so that through his passion
He may save us.
we glorify him
And exalt his name.
For he is merciful,
According to his great mercy.
Εκλένομεν τα ονάτα.
Nainon if pipan to krator.
Αναστομεν εκλένομεν τα ονάτα.
Nainon if ben sotir.
Αναστομεν εκλένομεν τα ονάτα.
Nainon if o nainon.
We pray that God may have mercy and compassion on us, hear us, sustain us, and continually accept the prayers and supplications of his saints on our behalf, for our good always, and may he forgive us our sins.
Lord have mercy.
We pray and ask for the peace of the one holy universal apostolic church, and the salvation of God and the congregation, and for the safety of every place, and may he forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We pray and ask for our fathers and brothers who are sick of any type of sickness here and all places, so that the Lord our God will cure them, and may he forgive us our sins.
Lord have mercy.
We ask and pray for our fathers and brethren who are actually in travel and anywhere who intend to travel, that God may facilitate the ways for all of them, whether by sea, by river, by lake, or any of the beaten tracks, or those traveling by any other means, that Christ our Lord may bring them back to their homes in safety, and may he forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We Ask and pray for the rains and the winds of the heaven and the fruits of the land and all the trees in the vineyards, also that every fruitful tree be blessed and grows in safety. May he forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray that God may give us mercy and sympathy in the hearts of all the rulers, presidents, prime minister, and kings in all times, and may he forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for our fathers and our brethren who have set to repose in the faith in Christ from the beginning, our holy fathers, our archbishops, our fathers the bishops, our fathers the priests, our brethren the deacons, our fathers the monks, and our fathers the laymen, for the repose of all the Christians, that Christ our Lord may rest all their souls in the paradise of joy, and we will as well. May he have mercy on us, and may he forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for them to attend the sacrifices, the oblation, the first fruits, the oil, the incense, the coverings, the books of the readings, the vessels of the altar, the Christ. Our God may reward them in the heavenly Jerusalem, and may he forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for our catechumens of our church, that the Lord would bless them, enlighten their heart, and confirm them in the faith of the Holy Orthodox Church to the end of their life. May he forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for this holy church and all the churches, all the monasteries of the Orthodox people, the Orthodox fathers of the church, and for the whole world, that God grant us all mercy and grant us security, and keep us away from the evil one, and may he forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for the life of venerated Father, the Archbishop, Patriarch Papa Tawadros II, his partner, Apostolic Minister, Bishop of Daniel. God will keep him for many years in peaceful times, and may he forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for the Orthodox metropolitans, the bishops in every place, and their brother priests, the deacons, all the orders of the church. That the Lord God would keep and strengthen them, and may he forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for the congregation, all the congregation of the Orthodox Church, that God will bless and support them, and may he forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for the clergymen, and for all the faithful who have service in Holy Church, that God will bless and support them. May he forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for those who share in the different services and the needs of the church and helping of the Orthodox people by any means. May he forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for all the rulers, the kings, and the presidents, and the elders, to mention them in our prayers in the church, that the Lord God will bless them and may have mercy on them, and give them mercy in the hearts of other rulers, and may he forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for those who are poor, the weak people, for the peasants, for those who are in distress of any kind, that our God the Lord be merciful with them and with us also, and may he forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for those who are in distress, or being in captivity, or in prison, or in exile, or afflicted with unclean spirits and devils, that God may have mercy upon them and liberate them, and may he forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for those who assemble with us this day in this holy place, asking for mercy for their souls, that the Lord of kindness and may have mercy upon them and on all of us, and may he forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We pray and ask for those who told us to mention them in our prayers in the Holy Church, that God may remember them according to his great goodness at all times, and may he forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for the rising of the water of the rivers this year, that Christ our God, our Lord, may bless them and raise them according to their measure, and make glad the face of the earth. Sustain us, we his people, and give safety to the cattle, and save us all from the inflation, the plagues, the earthquakes, drought and fire, the predation, the bird, the sword, the stranger, the rising of the heretics, and to grant peace and tranquility for our Holy Orthodox Church. Raise the affairs of the Orthodox Christians, the whole world, now and forever, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Pray and ask for the Holy Pascha of our good Saviour, so that He may complete it for us in peace and show us the joy of His holy resurrection, while all of us are safe, and may He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
Evenoti nainen, theshonai eronari, onaini men, kentek met urum.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison,
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison,
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison,
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Oron tetirini moinanentek, irini semninanentek, irini kanenovi, nanevol.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Kore volen negagente tiek ecclesia, ares opteros en eskim shahene.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Emmanuel bennoti chenten miti tinu chenebo ente beviot nembem nevmathoam.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Entefes moeron tiren, enteftovo ennen hit, enteftal choni shon, intenen psichin emnen soma.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Tenoshtem mokom beChristos, nem pekioten agathos, nem bemnev mathoab she'avashka, sotier mod. Amin alleluia, doxavetrike, ioke, ragiot pneumatike, ninkai, Christos eonas ton eonon, amin tenosh, volen goem moshe open choice, Isos Christos pieta ashve pestavaros ekefam chebem satanas, sabasit ennele shala, sotiem monon ainan, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie phlogiston amin smoeroi, smoeroi estime tanie coni evol goem
willingly and was crucified on that cross on our behalf. May he bless us all with a spiritual blessing, help us and complete for us the Holy Pascha, show us the happiness and the joy of his holy resurrection for many years to come. The never-ending intercession of the Theotokos, the Mother of God, Virgin Saint Mary, all the choir of the angels, archangels, prayers of patriarchs, the prophets, the apostles, the martyrs, the just and the righteous, the cross bearers, the ascetics, the confessors, all the anchorites, and to the blessings of this Holy Pascha of our good Saviour. May the holy blessing, their grace, their power, their gift, their love, and their help be with us all. Amen. Be Christos ben noti.
Amen.
Establish for us your peace, forgive us our sins, give you glory, honor, dominion, and worship forever. Amen. Hear us, Lord, we pray, our Father.
Who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever.
As to keep in the tradition of our fathers, from when the Lord Jesus Christ established that day of the washing of the feet, the prayer, we now begin that ceremony of asking the Lord God to bless the water and to use it as a blessing by which we wash the feet of one another. And we ask that we live that in our real manner in our own lives, to work for others and to serve others, and to let go of selfishness, and to let go of things that cause divisions, and to seek to do the things that the Lord Christ had asked us to do, to work in harmony with one another for the peace of the world. So the deacons and everyone will wear now the white vestments, and we'll begin that service.
hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Christos, Iisus
Bros of Christos,
Peace be with you, Lord.
And with your spirit.
Gemes kvass in gona verbaiten navari eftiaserum afti to derem penchereaton ai onotai ento on marintero posen de varierum kembayet oabai tiron devenon can in event and jevivan to brother choice benoti.
Crucifix Asti.
Kyrie eleison.
Lord God, the Pantocrator, the Father, our Lord, our God, and our Savior, and the King of us, O Jesus Christ, we thank you every condition concerning every condition, and in every condition, for you have covered us and helped us, guarded us, accepted us, you spared us and supported us, and you brought us unto this hour.
Pray that God may have mercy and compassion upon us, hear us, help us, and accept the supplications and prayers of his saints, for that which is good on our behalf at all times, and forgive us our worst sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Therefore we ask and entreat your goodness, O Lord of mankind, that you grant us to conclude this blessed day, all the days of our life in peace and in your feet, all envy, all temptation, all the work of Satan, all the intrigues of the wicked, rising of the enemies, hidden and manifest, cast them away from us, and from all your people, and from this water, from this church, from this holy place which is yours. But those things which are good and profitable do provide for us. It is you has given us authority to trample underfoot serpents and scorpions, and all the power of the enemy.
Kyrie eleison tenosh temeviot nemevshi irinem bevne ematoem tetrias etoem homosios. Somanem pies noven tapep koevolem tenen novinem tiveyet bikiem veri et actis en nekmati tisherene. Sherene Sherere Mariat Mavim Viet Oab Sherere Karim Pineshten Ashia Angelo Sherere Abril Misot Empifai Shenofi Shereni Sherobim Shereni Serapim Sheretam Matirone Boranion Sherenachoy Seniotien Abo Oskolo Sherimapitis in heaven Trois Jesus Christos Sherenakum Martiros Sherefi Evangel Elesti Sherefi Apostolos Marcos Pite Oremos Shereste Anos Pishor Plasma Altiro Shervashizia Kono Etes Manos Sherve sherben yotava pishoy pitni piromiente Eleon sherben yotava bavli bimrit tebe Christos
Isus de Christos en sachen en profen shah Anefen hoi postasen oten osten oten diona
Lemor tetini moinanente Ekirini semninanente kirini kanen novinane boy Emmanuel benoti tenni iti tino khenemu ente bemiot nem befnem matowam
ente besmo erot ente povore ente tefale shoni shoni tene tsikine et somar
Tenosh temoko Christos nem bekiotena Agatos nem befnem maitoam jav ashkar soti emmon ainan Have mercy upon me, O God, according to your loving kindness, according to the multitude of your tender mercies. Blot out my transgressions, wash me thoroughly from my iniquity, cleanse me from my sin. For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against you only have I sinned and done this evil in your sight, that you may be found just when you speak and blameless when you judge. Behold, I was brought forth in iniquity, and in sin my mother conceived me. Behold, you desire truth in hidden parts.
in hidden parts you
Make me to know wisdom. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make me to hear the joy and the gladness of the bones which have broken may rejoice. Hide your face from my sins, and blot out all my iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me. Do not cast me away from your presence, and do not take your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation, and uphold me with your generous spirit. Then I will teach transgressors your ways, and sinners shall be converted to you. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, the God of my salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of your righteousness. O Lord, open my lips, and my mouth shall show forth your praise.
You do not desire sacrifice,
So give it. You do not delight in burnt offering. The sacrifice of God, a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart. These, O God, you will not despise. Do good in your good pleasure to Zion. Build the walls of Jerusalem. Then you shall be pleased with the sacrifice of righteousness, with burnt offering and the whole burnt offering. Then they shall offer bulls on your altar. Alleluia, doxasi, o Theos,
From the book of Genesis of Moses the prophet, may his blessings be with us all, amen. Then the Lord appeared to him by the tabernacle trees of Mamre, as he was sitting in the tent door in the heat of the day. So he lifted his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men were standing by him. And when he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them, and bowed himself to the ground and said, My Lord, if I have now found favor in your sight, do not pass on by your servant. Please let a little water be brought, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will bring a morsel of bread, that you may refresh your hearts. After that you may pass by. Inasmuch as you have come to your servant, they said, Do as you have said. So Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah, and said, Quickly, make ready 3 measures of fine meal. Knead it and make cakes. And Abraham ran to the herd, took a tender and a good calf, brought it to the young man, and he hastened to prepare it. So he took butter and milk and the calf with which he had prepared, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree as they ate. And they said to him, "Where is Sarah, your wife?" So he said, "Here in the tent." And he said, I will certainly return to you according to the time of life. And behold, Sarah, your wife, shall have a son. Sarah was listening in the tent door which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, well advanced in age, and Sarah had passed the age of childbearing. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, "After I have grown old, shall I have the pleasure, my Lord, being old also?" And the Lord said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh, saying, 'Shall I bear a child since I am old?' Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the appointed time I will return to you according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son." But Sarah denied it, saying, I did not laugh, for she was afraid. And he said, "No, but you did laugh." Then the men rose from there and looked down towards Sodom, and Abraham went with them to send them on their way. And the Lord said, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing, since Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him? For I have known him in order that he may keep his children and his household after him, that they keep the way of the Lord, to do righteousness and justice, that the Lord may bring to Abraham what he has spoken to him." And the Lord said, "Because the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grave, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to their outcry against it that has come to me, and if not, I will know." Then the men turned away from there and went towards Sodom. But Abraham stood before the Lord, and Abraham came near and said, "Would you like to destroy the righteous with the wicked?" Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Also from the book of Proverbs of Solomon the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
Wisdom has built her house. She has hewn it out of her 7 pillars. She has slaughtered her meat. She has mixed her wine. She has also furnished her table. She has sent out her maidens. She cries out from the highest places of the city. "Whoever is simple, let him turn in here." As for him who lacks understanding, she says to him, "Come, eat of my bread and drink of the wine I have mixed." Forsake foolishness and live, and go in the way of understanding. He who corrects a scoffer gets shame for himself, and he who rebukes a wicked man only harms himself. Do not correct a scoffer, lest he hate you. Rebuke a wise man, and he will love you. Give instruction to a wise man, and he will be still wiser. Teach a just man, and he will increase in learning. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. For by me your days will be multiplied, and years of life will be added to you. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from the book of Exodus of Moses the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. When Israel crossed the Red Sea, and their feet treaded on the sea, their enemies drowned in the depth, and the feet of the soldiers were immersed in the waters. As for the feet of Israel and all of the house of Jacob, they danced, for they were saved from destruction, and they said this praise, "Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously." Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from Joshua the son of Nun, the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. Joshua and all the people crossed the Jordan. Their feet rested on the rocks in the waters and became steadfast, and their enemies were destroyed. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from Isaiah the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
In that day the branch of the Lord shall be beautiful and glorious, and the fruit of the earth shall be excellent, and the healing for those of Israel who have escaped. And it shall come to pass that he who is left in Zion and remains in Jerusalem will be called holy. Everyone who is recorded among the living in Jerusalem, when the Lord has washed away the filth of the daughters of Zion, and purged the blood of Jerusalem from her midst, by the spirit of judgment and by the spirit of burning. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from Isaiah the prophet, may his blessing be with us all. Amen.
Ho, everyone who thirsts, come to the waters, and you who have no money, come, buy and eat. Yes, come, buy wine and milk without money and without price. Why do you spend money for what is not bread, and your wages for what does not satisfy? Listen carefully to me, and eat what is good. Let your soul delight itself in abundance. Incline your ear and come to me. Hear, and your soul shall live, and I will make an everlasting covenant with you. The sure mercies of David, indeed I have given him as a witness to the people, a leader and commander for the people. Surely you shall call a nation you do not know, and nations who do not know you shall run to. Because of the Lord your God and the Holy One of Israel, for he has glorified you. Seek the Lord while he may be found. Call upon him while he is near. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts. Let him return to the Lord, and he will have mercy on him, and to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, nor are your ways my ways, says the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. For as the rain comes down and the snow from heaven, and do not return there, but water the earth, and make it bring forth and bud, that it may give seed to the sower and bread to the eater, so shall my word be that goes forth from my mouth. It shall not return to me void, but it shall accomplish what I please, and it shall prosper in the thing for which I sent it. For you shall go out with joy and be led out with peace. The mountains and the hills shall break forth into singing before you, and all the trees of the field shall clap their hands. Instead of the thorn shall come up the cypress tree, and instead of the breeze shall come up the myrtle tree. And it shall be to the Lord for a name, for an everlasting sign that shall not be cut off. Thus says the Lord, keep justice and do righteousness, for my salvation is about to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Also from Ezekiel the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
Then I will sprinkle clean water on you, and you shall be clean. I will cleanse you from all your filthiness and from all your idols. I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit within you. I will take the heart of stone out of your flesh and give you a heart of flesh. I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes, and you will keep my judgments and do them. Then you shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers. You shall be my people, and I will be your God. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, our God, unto the age of all ages. Amen. Also from the book of Ezekiel, the prophet, may his blessings be with us. Amen.
Then I will sprinkle clean water on you, and you shall be clean. I will cleanse you from all your filthiness and from all your idols. Then he brought me back to the door of the temple, and there was water flowing from under the threshold of the temple towards the east, for the front of the temple faced east. The water was flowing from under the right side of the temple, south of the altar. He brought me out by way of the north gate, and led me around on the outside to the outer gateway that faces east. And there was water running out on the right side. And when the man went out to the east with the line in his hand, he measured 1,000 cubits, and he brought me through the waters. The water came up to my ankles. Again he measured 1,000, and brought me through the waters. The water came up to my knees. Again he measured 1,000, and brought me through. The water came up to my waist. And again he measured 1,000, and it was a river that I could not cross, for the water was too deep, water in which one must swim, a river that could not be crossed. He said to me, Son of man, have you seen this? Then he brought me and returned me to the bank of the river. When I returned there along the bank of the river were very many trees on one side and the other. Then he said to me, this water flows toward the eastern region, goes down into the valley and enters the sea. When it reaches the sea, its waters are healed. And it shall be that every living thing that moves, wherever the rivers go, will live. There will be a very great multitude of fish, because these waters go there. For they will be healed, and everything will live wherever the river goes. Glory to the Lord.
A homily of our Father, Abba Shenouda the Archimandrite, may his holy blessings be with us. Amen. Brethren, we ought to be humbled in front of him who suffered on our behalf. We ought to fear him who poured the water into a bowl and washed the feet of his disciples with his impeccable hands. Let us present him with good deeds that deserve this great modesty, which he carried out for our sake. Let us repent for our sins that we have committed, because if we do not repent, we will be called in heaven as lovers of sins. What will be our hope if we are cast out of heaven, forced to face the judgment, and are rejected for our sins? We will be judged twice, not because we have sinned without knowledge, but because of what we did with knowledge was worse than what we did without knowledge, and not because we have sinned, but because we did not repent. Why can't the sheep know the voice of the real shepherd, the life-giver, and take refuge in him? He who purchased it with his blood took care of it and gave himself up for it. He who gave us his body to eat and his blood to drink, Jesus Christ our Lord and our Saviour, the Son of God, who dwells in the highest forever. We conclude the homily of our Holy Father, Abba Shenouda Darshmanadrai, who enlighten our minds and our hearts. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, one God. Amen.
Ten oshtem moko Christos nemtek yoten hava kos nem biem nehmalet oem je'av ashkai sotiem monayina.
A chapter from the epistle of our teacher Paul, the apostle to his disciple Timothy, and his blessings be with us all. Amen. This is a faithful saying and worthy of all acceptance. For to this end we both labour and suffer reproach, because we trust in the living God, who is the Saviour of all men, especially of those who believe. These things command and teach. Let no one despise your youth, but be an example of the believers in the world, in conduct, in love, in spirit, in faith, in purity. Till I come, give attention to reading, to exhortation, to doctrine. Do not neglect the gift that is in you, which was given to you by the prophecy, with the laying on of the hands of the eldership. Meditate on these things. Give yourself entirely to them, that your progress may be evident to all. Take heed to yourself and to your doctrine. Continue in them, for in doing this you will both save yourself and those who hear you. Do not rebuke an older man, but exalt him as a father. Younger men as brothers, older women as mothers, younger women as sisters, with all purity. Honor widows who are really widows, but if any widow has children or grandchildren, let them first learn to show piety at home and to repay their parents. For this is good and acceptable before God. Now she who is really a widow and left alone trusts in God and continues in supplications and prayers night and day. But she who lives in pleasure is dead while she lives. And these things command, that they may be blameless. But if anyone does not provide for his own, and especially for those of his household, he has denied the faith, and worse, is an unbeliever. Do not let a widow under 60 years old be taken into the number, and not unless she has been the wife of one man, well reported for good works, if she has brought up children, if she has lodged strangers, if she has washed the saints' feet, if she has relieved the afflicted, if she has diligently followed every good work. May the grace of God the Father dwell upon us, my fathers and brethren.
Agios o Theos, agios escheros, agios athanatos, o stavrotis dimas eleisonimas, agios o Theos, agios escheros, agios athanatos, o stavrotis dimas eleisonimas, agios o Theos, agios escheros, agios athanatos, o stavrotis dimas eleisonimas, doxa patrikeio, ke ageiom nepmatikein ke ai, ke estos
Stand up for prayer.
Peace be with you.
And with your spirit.
O Master Lord Jesus Christ, our God, and spake to His your disciples and the apostles, saying, Many prophets and righteous men have desired to see the things which you see, have not seen them, and to hear the things which you hear, have not heard them. Blessed are your eyes, so they see, and ears, so they hear. May we be worthy to hear and act according to your holy Gospels, through the prayers of your saints.
Pray for the Holy Gospel.
Lord, have mercy.
Remember also our Master, all those who have given us, remember them. In our supplications and our prayers which we offer unto you, Lord our God, those who pass over to you, repose them. Those who are sick, heal them. You are the life of our soul and salvation of our soul, hope of our soul and the healing of our soul, the resurrection of our soul.
Stasite metavotheo accosumento ab evangelion.
Doxa si
Stand in the fear of God and listen to the Holy Gospel. A reading from the Holy Gospel according to Saint John, the evangelist, apostle, and pure disciple. May his blessing
be with us all. Amen. Doxa si
from the sons of our father David, the prophet and king. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord, our Lord, God, Savior, and King of us all, Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God, to whom is due glory forevermore. Amen. Now before the feast of the Passover, when Jesus knew that his hour had come, that he should depart from this world to the Father, having loved his own who were in the world, he loved them to the end. And supper being ended, the devil having already put into the heart of Judas Iscariot, Simon's son, to betray him, Jesus, knowing that the Father had given all things into his hands, and that he had come from God and was going to God, rose from supper and laid aside his garments, took a towel and girded himself. After that he poured water into a basin and began to wash the disciples' feet, and to wipe them with the towel with which he was girded. Then he came to Simon Peter, and Peter said to him, Lord, are you washing my feet? Jesus answered and said to him, What I am doing you do not understand now, but you will know after this. Peter said to him, You shall never wash my feet. Jesus answered him, If I do not wash you, you have no part with me. Simon Peter said to him, Lord, not my feet only, but also my hands and my head. Jesus said to him, He who is bathed needs only to wash his feet, but is completely clean, and you are clean, but not all of you. For he knew who would betray him. Therefore he said, You are not all clean. So when he had washed their feet, taken his garments and sat down again, he said to them, Do you know what I have done to you? You call me teacher and Lord, and you say, Well, for so I am. If then your Lord and teacher have washed your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet. For I have given you an example, that you should do as I have done to you. Most assuredly I say to you, a servant is not greater than his master, nor is he who is sent greater than he who sent him. If you know these things, happy are you if you do them.
Glory to you. Lord Jesus Christ is the same today, yesterday, today, forever. In one hypostasis, we worship him and glorify him. Visit us with your salvation. Forgive us our sins. Amen. Kyrie eleison.
Epi prosifkis tasite.
Et pneumatis.
Again, let us ask God the Pantocrator, the Father of our Lord, our God, and our Savior, and the King of us all, Jesus Christ. We ask and entreat your goodness and love of mankind. Remember, O Lord, the sick among your people.
Pray for our fathers and our brethren who are sick with any sickness, whether in this place or any place, that Christ our God may grant us with them health and healing, and forgive us our worst sins.
Lord, have mercy.
You have visited them with mercy and with compassion, heal them and take away from them and from us every sickness, every malady. The spirit of sickness chase away. Those who long lain in maladies raise up and comfort. Those who are afflicted by unclean spirits set them free. Those who are in prisons or in dungeons. Those who are in exile or captivity. Or those who are held in bitter bondage. O Lord, set them free and have mercy upon them. You are he who looses the bound and uplifts the fallen. The hope of those who have no hope and the help of those who have no helper. The comfort of the faint-hearted, no harbor those who are in the storm. All souls that are distressed or bound, grant them mercy. O Lord, grant them rest and grant them refreshment. Grant them grace and grant them health. Grant them salvation and forgiveness for their sins and their iniquities. As for us too, O Lord, the sicknesses of our souls heal, and those of our bodies cure. You are the true physician of our souls and bodies. The Bishop of all flesh, visit us with your salvation.
Lord, have mercy.
Again, we ask and entreat your goodness, O Lord, and mankind. Remember, O Lord, our fathers, our brethren who are traveling.
Pray for our fathers and our brethren who are traveling, for those who intend to travel anywhere, straighten all their ways, whether by sea, rivers, lakes, roads, air, or those who are traveling by any other means, that Christ our God may bring them back to their own homes in peace, and forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Those who intend to travel anywhere, straighten all their ways, whether by sea, by river, lakes, by roads, or air, or those who are traveling by any other means. Everyone and anywhere, lead them into haven, and calm haven of safety. Graciously accompany them in their departure, be their companion, their travel. Bring them back to their own rejoicing with joy and safe and security. Be our fellow worker, O Lord, in your service and every good deed. As for us too, O Lord, keep our sojourn in this life without harm, without storm undisturbed to the end.
Lord, have mercy.
Again, graciously accord, O Lord, the air and the heaven, the fruit of the earth, the water of the river, the seas, the earth, and the plants of the field this year. Bless them.
Pray for the heaven, the fruits of the water, the rising of the water of the rivers, the seeds, the herbs, and the plants of the field, that Christ our God may bless them. Bring them to perfection in peace without harm, and forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy.
Raise them to their measure according to your grace, and give joy to the face of the earth. May for us be abundantly water, and sluices be plentiful, prepare for sowing and harvesting. Manage our life, O Lord, as give fit. Bless the crown of the year with your goodness for the sake of the poor of your people. The widow, Lord, for the traveler, stranger, for the sake of us all, who entreat you and seek your holy name. For the eyes of everyone wait upon you, give them their food in due season. Deal with us according to your goodness, and give suit to all flesh. Fill our hearts with joy and gladness, that we too having sufficiency in everything always may abound, in every good deed.
Lord, have mercy.
Remember, O Lord, the ruler of our land, your servant.
Pray that Christ our God may give us mercy and compassion before the mighty sovereigns, and soften their hearts towards us, for that which is good on our behalf at all times,
and forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Keep him in peace and truth and strength and subject unto him all the various nations with desire war against our better land. Speak to his heart concerning the peace of one holy and blessed apostolic church. Give him that we may think peacefully towards us, towards your holy name, that we too may lead a quiet and peaceful life, and may be found in piety and chastity in you.
Lord, have mercy.
Ask and to your goodness, O Lord, and make God remember all the souls who serve so fallen asleep, our fathers and our brethren.
Pray for our fathers and brethren who have fallen asleep and repose in the faith of Christ since the beginning. Our holy fathers, the archbishops, our fathers, the bishops, our fathers, the egomens, our fathers, the priests, our brethren, the deacons, our fathers, the monks, and our fathers, the laymen, and for the full repose of Christians, that Christ our God may repose all their souls in the paradise of joy, and we to accord mercy unto us and forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Gracious Lord, repose all their souls on those holy fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, sustained in green pastures, as the Lord, in the paradise of joy, the place of his griefs and granny fed away, in the light of your saints. Raise up dead bodies also on the day which are appointed, according to your true promises, which are without lie. Grant them the good things of promises that which eye has not seen, nor ear has heard, neither come upon the heart of man. The things which you are going to have prepared for them that love your holy name. For there is no death for your servants, but a departure, if any negligence or needlessness has overtaken the rest of human beings through the God of passion throughout the world. O God, who will love and mankind graciously, accord, O Lord, to repose and forgive them, your servants, the Orthodox Christians who are in all the world, from the east to the west, from the north to the south, each one according to his name and each one according to her name. For none is pure from blemish, even though they laugh in a single day. As for those, O Lord, whose souls you take and repose them, may they be worthy of the kingdom of heaven. As for us, O grant us our Christian perfection that would be pleasing to you. Give them and us a share in inheritance with your saints.
Lord, have mercy.
Again, we ask that you have us, O Lord, and make our remember, Lord, the sacrifice is no offering the thanksgiving that is offer honor and glory unto your holy name.
Pray for those who provide for the sacrifices, offerings, first fruits, oil, incense, coverings, reading books, and altar vessels, that Christ our God may reward them in the heavenly Jerusalem, and forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Receive the holy oration altar of heaven, a sweet savor of incense, before your greatness in the heavens, through the sons of the archangels, as you receive the gifts of the right table, sacrifice of Father. Our Father Abraham, the 2 months and the widow, so also receive the thank offerings of your servant just in abundance, those in sacristy. Heathen and manifest, those overtook, few but have none, thus was give their day, give them the incorruptible instead of the corruptible, the heavenly instead of the earth, the eternal instead of the temple, their houses, souls, fill them with every good thing, surround them, O Lord, by the power of your holy archangels, as they remembered your holy name on earth, remember them, O Lord, to your kingdom, and in state to leave them not behind.
Lord, have mercy.
Again, we ask him, Lord, the God, the Pantocrat, our Father, our Lord, and Savior Jesus Christ, we ask him, treat your goodness, O Lord, and make God remember, Lord, your servants, the catechumens of your people.
Pray for the catechumens of our people, that the Lord may bless them and confirm them in the Orthodox faith till the last breath, and forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Mercy upon them and confirm them, making the old trace of idolatry cast away from their heart. Your loyalty, your commandments, your truth, your holy ordinance established in their hearts. God, that they may know the certainty of the words they have been instructed. At the appointed time, may they be worthy of baptism of the new birth, of the forgiveness of their sins, preparing them to be a temple of your Holy Spirit.
Lord, have mercy.
wisdom of God, let us attend. Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy in truth.
We believe in one God, God the Father, the Pantocrator, who created heaven and earth and all things seen and unseen. We believe in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, begotten of the Father before all ages, light of light, true God of true God, begotten, not created, co-essential with the Father, by whom all things were made, who for us men and for our salvation came down from heaven, and was incarnate of the Holy Spirit and of the Virgin Mary, and became man.
Yes,
He was
we believe in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the
life
life-giver,
giver,
who
who
proceeds
proceeds
from
from
the
the Father, who with the Father and Son is worshipped and glorified, who spoke by the prophets, and in one holy Catholic Apostolic Church we confess one baptism for the remission of sins. We look for the resurrection of the dead and the life of the coming age. Amen.
For you girded himself with a towel and covered all Adam's sin nakedness, and granted us the garment of divine sonship, we beseech you, Christ our God, to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
For you, through your love for mankind, became man, and because of your love, you girded yourself with a towel and washed our sins. We beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us. For you washed us away of the life by washing the feet of your chosen pure disciples. We beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us. For you clothed himself with the light as with a garment, who girded himself with a towel, washed the disciples' feet and wiped them. We beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
Have mercy upon us all, O God, according to your great mercy. Lord,
Kyrie eleison.
have mercy upon us all, O God, according to your great mercy. We entreat you, your kindness, O Lord our God, to answer us and have mercy upon us.
Kyrie eleison.
O Christ, the Lord our God, the Almighty, who gives in abundance and the divine gifts to those who serve his holy name, who raises, supports, and gives the increase to everyone, and who nourishes all by his love. We beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
For you who gather the waters under the heaven into one place, we beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Kyrie eleison.
For you who measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, who measured the heaven with his span, and who has comprehended the dust of the earth in measure, we beseech you to hear us. Have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
For you, by his holy will, allowed the springs of the valleys to be rivers, or by his uncomprehended love to mankind, prepared everything to serve them, and who created everything from nothing. We beseech you to hear us. Have mercy upon us.
Kyrie eleison.
Likewise, to the giver of the truth, the great riches, the lover of mankind, the God of mercy, visit the earth, water it by the rising of the rivers, to bring forth good fruit. We beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
May floods be watered and springs be abundant through your goodness. We beseech you to cheer up the surface of the earth, renew it again, raise up the river Nile and all the rivers in the world to their measure. We beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Kyrie eleison.
Bless the crown of the year with your goodness, fill the cultivated areas and all the world abundantly. Increase the plough and bless its fruits, and beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
Hear thou land, and let the hills rejoice. By your goodness we beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Kyrie eleison.
O God, save your people, bless your inheritance, visit the whole world. By your mercy and compassion raise up the statues of Christian people, behind the power of the divine life-giving cross. We beseech you to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
Grant comfort and stability, peace to all nations through your goodness. Bestow fertility and mercy for your poor people. Let our hearts rejoice through your holy intercession of your Holy Mother Virgin Saint Mary, Saint John the Baptist, and all our fathers the apostles. We beseech you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
O Lord, hear us and have mercy upon us. Amen.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. Iten beres beyan teti theotokos toak Maria shoisare mot narbiku evolentelem novit enoshem mokove Christos nembek yotenavatos nembek nevmae thoak je avashtak sotiemor elehos sirinis theseia
The love of God, the Father, the grace of the only begotten Son, our Lord, God and Savior Jesus Christ, and the communion and the gift of the Holy Spirit be with you all.
And with your spirit.
Lift up your hearts.
We have them with us.
King of all creation. O Jesus Christ, we worship you, who sits on the throne of his glory, and who is worshipped by all the holy powers. You are seated, stand. The angels, the archangels, the principalities, the thrones, the lordships, and the powers, all serving spirits, and uncountable multitudes of angelic hosts who are standing before you in awe and reverence, they praise you, praise your majesty.
Look toward the east.
Around you the blessed host of the cherubim and the seraphim, they sanctify your name thrice all the time. We also make us worthy to praise you with them and bless you with the voices of glory, saying,
Let us attend.
The cherubim worship you, and the seraphim glorify you, proclaiming and saying, Holy, holy, holy Lord of hosts. Heaven and earth are full of your holy
Holy, holy, holy are you, O Lord, and holy are you in everything, for you are the true holy God, Jesus Christ, the Son, the firstborn of all creation, existing in the glory of his might. No man can comprehend the fullness of his divinity that abide in his flesh. It is not robbery to be equal with God your Father, but by your own will you took the form of a servant and truly became man, incarnated in the womb of the undefiled, the Mother of God, Saint Mary. You who is invested with purity and never sin, strive yourself to the holy cross for the sake of our salvation. You have illustrated before us this example, rose from supper, took towel and girded yourself with which you were girded. You have given them an example for love and for modesty, and for the remembrance of your love towards mankind. For thus you said unto them, If I then, the Lord and the teacher, have washed your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet. For I have given you an example, that you also should do as I have done unto you. You have commanded them to follow your commandments. For you said, Love each other as I have loved you. You have taught us love and unity, and reconciled us with your Holy Father. As for the washing of your disciples' feet, and the purity of this example, and by your kindness and love for mankind, you have done the perfection of our freedom, which Peter did not accept because of your great divinity, saying, You shall never wash my feet. Then he had the real judge, If I do not wash you, you have no part in me. But as for Peter, he cried faithfully, saying, Lord, not my feet only, but also my hands. Sanctify me totally. Then he heard your true divine voice. He who has bathed does not need to wash except for his feet, but he is clean all over. Wherefore we ask and we beseech you, our Lord Jesus Christ, let us be worthy to be in your midst now, as you were in your holy apostles, in likewise as you did bless at that time, now also bless. Purify this water, it may become water of healing. Amen. Holy water. Amen. Water for the remission of sins. Amen. Water for purity. Amen. For the salvation and health of our souls. Amen. A holy gift. Amen. Love towards one another with pure senses. Amen. That we may be worthy of your holy virtue, taught to us through your love for mankind. Amen. And washing the feet of one another, we may be worthy to inherit with your holy disciples. Amen. Purify our inner life, O man, by the fruit of this sacrament. Amen. Grant us forgiveness of our sins by descending upon us by your Holy Spirit, to purify our souls, our bodies, and spirits from every defilement of the flesh and all uncleanness and every sin. Amen. Grant us the authority to trample on the serpents, scorpions, all the power of the enemy. Let not any transgression dominate us, but grant us the wise senses, the upright behavior, so as when we come to you, find mercy and compassion. Amen. We beseech you, the true God, to send upon us and upon this water your Holy Spirit, the Paraclete, former of the water, creator of all, Jesus Christ, O you who was crucified on our behalf, before Pontius Pilate we confess, thus saying, I am the Son of God. We believe that you are truly the Son of God. Purify this water by the power of the Holy Spirit, so as to demolish the power of the adversary, the fighter, and to rebuke all unclean spirit, all magic, all charms, and the worship of idols. But of this water let every power of the adversary flee. By the sign of your holy cross, our Lord Jesus Christ, show it to be a water of healing. Amen. Water for the remission of sins. Amen. Water for salvation. Amen. And let us be worthy of the sonship, that we may cry unto you with your good Father, Holy Spirit, saying, Our Father,
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory. Christos Iisus penchois.
Skiphalassemon to Kyrio Clenate
Enopion so Kyrie
ותבוא אמין.
Vini pasi. O Master Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son, the Word, the Logos of God the Father, has broken every bond of our sin through his saving, life-giving sufferings. We breathe in the face of the Holy Saint and disciples, and said to the Holy Apostles, said to them, receive the Holy Spirit. If you forgive the sin of any, they are forgiven. If you retain the sin of any, they are retained. Now also, our Master, you have given grace to those holy apostles, for a time labored in the priest in the Holy Church, to forgive sin upon the earth and to banish every bond of iniquity. Now also we ask and entreat your goodness, O lover of mankind, for your servants, my fathers and my brethren, in my weakness. Those who bow their heads before your holy glory, dispense unto us your mercy. Loosen every one of our sin, if we've committed sin against you knowingly or unknowingly, through anguish of our heart, in deed, word, faith, and hardness. O Master, you knows the weakness of humanity, good lover of mankind, God grant us forgiveness for our sins. Bless us, purify us, absolve all your people. Fill us, O Lord, with your fear. Straighten us unto your goodwill, for you are our God. Glory, honor, dominion, and worship are due to you. Together with the Father, Holy Spirit, life giver, has one and essence now to the age of all ages. Amen.
You redeemed us by your Spirit.
Blessed be the Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, and sanctified be the Holy Spirit. Amen.
One is the Holy Father, one is the Holy Son, one is the Holy Spirit. Amen.
condition and whatever condition, you grant us to accomplish your example of the holy deeds. These deeds which your Son, the monogenes, our Lord God, teacher, and the Savior Jesus Christ, has done and has taught your disciples. We ask and beseech your goodness, O lover of mankind, to lay aside our many sins, and to have compassion upon us according to your great mercy. Grant us your peace forever in your holy church. Keep us in peace and in love and with your feet, obeying all you command in this age and the age to come. Let us be participants in every blessing. Through your only Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord, to whom is due glory, honor, and might, to worship with him and the Holy Spirit, the life giver, co-essential to you now forever. Amen. There is a homily from our Father, St. John Chrysostom, may his blessed be with us. Amen. I can see today many of the believers hurrying out to partake of these mysteries, which are full of fear and trembling. I will guide you by my advice to double your gain, so that you can follow your way with fear and awe, that you are worthy of these holy mysteries. Dear beloved, Jesus Christ was handed over on this day. When you hear that, do not become upset. I will tell you for when you should get upset and become gloomy. It is for the person who gave him up, Judas. He who was handed over is sitting on the right hand of the Father in heaven, and he has reigned over everyone forever. While the one who delivered him sunk to the bottom of hell, and will remain there forever, suffering severe pain and agony. For that reason you can weep and cry. God teaches us not to grieve for those who have suffered, but instead for those who are sinning. The sinners deserve that we weep and cry for them in every place, from them more than the one who accepted the agony. Because he who suffered is good, and who is doing evil is not good. The acceptance of the agony will us to the kingdom of heaven, and the evil doing will lead to the hell and the punishment. It is said, blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. The evildoers are always punished and suffer. Let us conclude the homily of our Father, our St. John Chrysostom, who has enlightened our minds, our eyes, our hearts, in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, one God. Amen. As you know, we have now concluded the liturgy of the water, and we're about to start the liturgy itself. And we ask the Lord God that the next year that we all be here in our midst. But if there's any lessons to be taken from this, it's just to learn that you are spread throughout all the different locations and different suburbs and homes and so forth. You are there witnessing for who Christ is by your actions, as we've heard everything that was read on to us. So please make sure that you become a person that does good, not a person that does evil. You're a person that seeks to bring peace, not someone that divides and brings calamity. Make sure that you are not the one who is inflicting pain on others, but you are the one who brings peace to others. And may the work of the Holy Spirit be in every member of the body of Christ. Unite the families that are broken, and give healing to the broken hearts. And those who have done what Judas has done, to betray, not to betray, but rather to show the love truly of people like John the Beloved. Be with you all, God. Glory and honor and glory to the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Peace and edification to the one holy universal apostolic church of God. Amen. Remember, O Lord, those who are brought unto these gifts, those on whose behalf they have been brought, and those by whom they have been brought. Give them all the heavenly reward.
One is the Holy Father, one is the Holy Son, one is the Holy Spirit. Amen. Blessed be the Lord God forever. Amen. Praise the Lord, all ye nations. Praise him, all ye peoples. For his mercy is confirmed upon us. And the truth of the Lord endures forever. Amen.
Eşlil İrene pasi Marin şeviyatem me çoysa ben notiye ben sodiri sos bere sos cevres kavaz inegon Ever weithin on avari on ashaftias on afti to nementin shariyatai on othai and the marin terova post marieron Fembayet the Babain Tiron Tevron Kanirin Even and Javivan to Krator if shows ben noti. Oh, Master, Lord God, the Pantocrator, the Father of our Lord, our God, and our Savior and King of us all, Jesus Christ, we thank you in everything concerning everything, and in everything you have protected us, assisted, preserved, accepted us, had compassion upon us, supported us, and brought us unto this hour.
Pray that God may have mercy and compassion upon us, hear us, help us, and accept the supplications and prayers of his saints, for that which is good on our behalf and at all times, and make us worthy to partake of the communion of his holy and blessed mysteries, for the remission of our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
Therefore we ask and entreat your goodness, O lover of mankind, that you grant us conclude this blessed day, all days, our life in peace, and in your fear, all envy, all temptation, O work of Satan, all tricks of the wicked, rousing of the enemies, hidden, manifest, cast them away from us and from all your people, and from this table and from this church and this holy place which is yours. But those things which are good and profitable do provide for us. It is you who has given us authority to trample underfoot serpents and scorpions, and all the power of the enemy. May your servants, O Lord, the ministers of this day, the deacons, the clergy, the people of weakness, be absolved, may after the Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. May after one Holy Universal Apostolic Church, may after 12 apostles, may after the elder of God, the evangelist St. Mark, the holy apostle martyr, Patriarch St. Severus, our teacher Discorus, St. Athanasius the Apostolic, St. Peter, Holy Martyr, our priest, St. John Chrysostom, St. Cyril, St. Basil, St. Gregory, may after 319 Samuel at Nicaea, 150 Constantinople, 200 Ephesus, may after the honored Father, High Priest Pope Abba Theodorus II, and his Father, Masonic Ministry, Bishop and Daniel, and from our own mouth being the least, to bless them full of glory, your name, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, now at all times, unto the age of age, O Lord. Amen.
From the epistle of our teacher, St. Paul, the apostle to the Corinthians. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. For I received from the Lord that which I also delivered to you, that the Lord Jesus, on the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread. And when he had given thanks, he broke it and said, "Take, eat, this is my body, which is broken for you. Do this in remembrance of me." In the same manner, he also took the cup after supper, saying, "This cup is the new covenant in my blood. This do as often as you drink it, in remembrance of me. For as often as you eat this bread and drink this cup, you proclaim the Lord's death till he comes. Therefore, whoever eats this bread or drinks this cup of the Lord in an unworthy manner will be guilty of the body and blood of the Lord. But let a man examine himself, and so let him eat of the bread and drink of the cup. For he who eats and drinks in an unworthy manner eats and drinks judgment to himself, not discerning the Lord's body. For this reason many are weak and sick among you, and many sleep. For if we would judge ourselves, we would not be judged. But when we are judged, we are chastened by the Lord, that we may not be condemned with the world. Therefore, my brethren, when you come together to eat, wait for one another. But if anyone is hungry, let him eat at home, lest you come together for judgment. And the rest I will set in order when I come. May the grace of God the Father dwell upon us, my fathers and brethren. Amen.
spasite.
Peace be with you all.
And with your spirit.
O Master Lord Jesus Christ, our God, who spake to his saintly honored disciples and saintly apostles, saying, many prophets and righteous men have desired to see the things which you see and have not seen them, and to hear the things which you hear have not heard them. But blessed are your eyes, so they see, and ears, so they hear. May we be worthy to hear and act according to your holy Gospels through the prayers of your saints.
Pray for the Holy Gospel.
Lord, have mercy.
Remember also our Master, all those who have been in us, remember them in our supplication, our prayers which we offer unto you, Lord our God. Those who are passed over to you, repose them. Those who are sick, heal them. You are the life of our soul and salvation of our soul and hope of our soul, the healing of our soul, resurrection of our soul.
Presence of my enemies, you anoint my head with oil, my cup runs over. Even my own familiar friend, in whom I trusted, who ate my bread, has lifted up his heel against me. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. O Lord, our God and Savior, and the King of our soul, Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God, glory be to you forever. Amen. When evening had come, he sat down with the 12. Now as they were eating, he said, Surely I say to you, one of you will betray me. And they were exceedingly sorrowful, and each of them began to say to him, Lord, is it I? He answered and said, He who dipped his hand with me in the dish will betray me. The Son of Man indeed goes, just as it is written of him. But woe to that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It would have been good for that man if he had not been born. Then Judas, who was betraying him, answered and said, Rabbi, is it I? He said to him, You have said it. And as they were eating, Jesus took bread, blessed, and broke it, and gave it to the disciples, and said, Take, eat, this is my body. And then he took the cup, and gave thanks, and gave it to them, saying, Drink from it, all of you. For this is my blood of the new covenant, which is shed for many for the remission of sins. But I say to you, I will not drink of this fruit of the vine from now on until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom.
Glory to you, Lord. Your body and your blood are for the remission of sins.
gave to your disciples, make us worthy of the tree of life to eat from it, which is the body of God, and his true blood, Jefes Marot, Neviot, Shirinem, might for what the Trias and Jigem, Teroshem, Sentionas.
In the wisdom of God, let us attend. Lord have mercy, in truth.
We believe in one God, God the Father, one to God, who created heaven and earth and all things seen and unseen. We believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, begotten of the Father before all ages, light of life, true God, begotten, not created, co-essential with the Father, by whom all things are made, who for us men and for our salvation came down from heaven and was incarnate of the Holy Spirit and of the Virgin Mary and became man. Yes, we believe in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the life you who proceeds from the Father, who with the Father and Son is worshipped and glorified, who spoke by the prophets and the one holy Catholic Apostolic Church. We confess with baptism for the remission of sins. We look for the resurrection of the dead and the life of the coming age. Amen. Tenebres veietet Theotokos, Maria Choisae Mognar Picoe Volent, Novi tenoscem come Christos, tempe Kioten Amathos, tempe Pneumai Thoabge Avashtak Sotiemon, Eleus Irinis, Theseia, Enese, Eos.
The love of God, the Father, and the grace of the one only begotten Son, our Lord, our God, and our Savior Jesus Christ, and the communion and the gift of the Holy Spirit be with you all.
And with your spirit.
Lift up your hearts.
We have them with the Lord.
Let us give thanks to the Lord.
It is meet
Right and worthy, right and worthy, right and worthy, in truth, right and worthy, that we praise you, we bless you, serve you, and worship you, and glorify you, the only true one God, the lover of mankind, the unutterable, the invisible, the infinite, the one without beginning, the eternal, the timeless, the limitless, the immeasurable, the unchangeable, the creator of all, the Savior of everyone, the forgiver of our sins, the Redeemer of our life from corruption, who crowns us with mercy and with compassion. You are he whom the angels praise, the archangels they worship. You are he whom the principality is blessed, and unto whom the dominion cry. You are he whose glory with the authorities declare. You are he unto whom the throne send up the honor. The thousands of thousands stand before you. 10,000 times 10,000 they offer you service. You are he whom the invisible bless, the visible worship. They all fulfill your word, O Master. O you exist, the Master, Lord, the true God of the true God, who revealed to us the light of the Father, who granted us the true knowledge of the Holy Spirit. You revealed to us this great mystery of life, who established the rising of the choirs of the incorruptible among men, who gave thus on the earth the praising of the seraphim. Receive from us also our voices, together with the invisible countess with the heavenly host. Let us also say with those, having cast away from us all the thoughts of evil imagination, and proclaim that which they said with unceasing voice, unfading lips, and praise your greatness.
Towards the
You are here, on whom stand the cherubim and the seraphim, with six to the one and 6 wings to the other. With two they cover their face, and with two they cover their feet. With two they fly, they cry unto one another, sending the hymn of victory and salvation which belongs to us. With a voice full of glory, they praise, they sing, they shout, they cry, saying,
us Holy, holy are you, Lord, and holy in everything, and most choice is the light of your essence. Unutterable is the power of your wisdom, and no manner of speech can measure the depth of your love to humanity. You, as a lover of mankind, you created me as a man. You had no need of my servitude, but rather I need your lordship. Because of the multitude of your tender mercies, you brought me into being when I did not exist. You raised heaven as a roof for me, and established the earth for me to walk on. For my sake you restrained the sea, for my sake you manifested nature of the animals. You subjected everything under my feet. You did not leave me in need of anything of the works of your honor. You are he who formed me and put your hand upon me. You wrought in me the image of your authority.
authority. You put in me the gift of reason. You opened for me the paradise to enjoy. You gave me the learning of your knowledge. You manifested to me the tree of life, and made known unto me the sting of death. One plant you did forbid me to eat of, that concerning which you said to me, do not eat of this only. I did eat of it out of my will. I put away from me, O Lord, out of my counsel. I became slothful about your commandments. I snatched for myself the sentence of death. You, my master, tend for me the punishment into salvation. As a good shepherd, you stood after the one who had gone astray. As a true father, you labored with me, I who had fallen. You bound me with all the remedies that lead to life. You are he who sent to me the prophets for my sake, I, the one who is sick. You gave me the law as help. You are he who ministered unto me salvation when I disobeyed your law. As a true light, you shone upon those who went astray, and those who had no knowledge. You who exist at all times, you came to us on earth. You came into the womb of the Virgin. You, the infinite being God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God, but you humbled yourself and took the form of a servant. You blessed my nature in you and fulfilled your law on my behalf. You showed me the rising from my fall. You gave release to those who were bound in Hades. You cast out the curse of the law. You abolished the sin in the flesh. You showed me the power of your authority. You gave sight to the blind. You raised the dead from the graves. You established the nature by the word. You revealed to me the will of your tender mercy. You endured the injustice of the wicked. You gave your back to the scourge. You left out your cheeks to those who smite. For my sake, O my master, you did not hide your face from the shame. O spitting. You came to the the slaughter. You came to the slaughter. You came to the slaughter as a lamb, even to the cross. You manifested the greatness of your care for me. You put to death my sin by your burial. You raised up the first fruit unto the heavens. You manifested to me the revelation of your advent, when you will come to judge the living and the dead, and give each one according to his deed.
According to your mercy, O Lord, and not according to our sin.
I offer to you, O my Master. I offer to you, O my Master. I offer to you, my Master, the counsel of my freedom. I direct my works according to your sayings. You are he who has granted me this service full of mystery. You granted me to offer up unto you the flesh by offer up your flesh by bread and for in the night when you gave yourself up of your own will and authority, you took bread into your holy hand, spotless and blemished, blessed and life-giving hands.
We believe that this is true.
He looked up towards heaven, to your God, his Father, and master of everyone, when he had given thanks. He blessed it. He sanctified it.
We believe, we confess, and we glorify.
He tasted and gave it also to his unholy disciples, and the apostles, saying, take and eat of it, all of you, for this is my body which is broken for you and for many, to be given for the remission of sins. Do this in remembrance of me.
This is true.
Likewise also the cup after supper, he mixed it with wine and water, and when he had given thanks, I blessed in, I sanctified. He tasted and gave it also to his unholy disciples and saintly apostles, saying, Take, drink of it, all of you, for this is my blood of the new covenant, which is shed for you and for many, to be given for the remission of sins. Do this in remembrance of me.
This is also true.
For every time you eat of this bread and you drink of this cup, you proclaim my death, confess my resurrection, and remember me till I come. Also commemorate his holy passion, his resurrection from the dead, his ascension into the heavens, his sitting at your right hand, O Father, his second coming from the heavens, awesome and full of glory. We offer unto you your gifts from what are yours, for everything concerning everything and in everything.
Worship God in fear and trembling.
We praise you, we bless you, we serve you, we worship you.
Let us attend Amen.
We ask you, Lord God, we, your sinful and unworthy servants, worship you, Lord, by the pleasure of your goodness, that your Holy Spirit may descend upon us upon its gifts set forth, purify them, change them, and invest them in sanctification of your saints. And this bread he makes into his holy body. And this cup also into the precious blood of his new covenant. Our Lord, our God, and our Savior, Jesus Christ, given for the remission of sins and eternal life to those who partake of him.
Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy.
Make us all worthy, O Master, partake your holy sanctity, purification our souls, our bodies, our spirits, that we may become one body and one spirit, may have a share in inheritance with all the saints who pleased you since the beginning. Remember, O Lord, the peace of the one holy, universal, apostolic church.
Pray for the peace of the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Orthodox Church of God.
Lord have mercy.
This which have according to yourself with the precious blood of your Christ, keep, O Lord, in peace all the Orthodox bishops who are in her. For must remember, O Lord, our blessed honored Father, the Archbishop and Patriarch, Pope Abbatawatrus II, and his partner of apostolic ministry, Bishop Ember Daniel.
Pray for our High Priest, Pope Tawadros, second Pope and Patriarch, and Archbishop of the great city of Alexandria, our Father, the Bishop Abba-Daniel, and for our Orthodox bishops.
Lord have mercy.
And those who rightly handle the word of truth with him grant them unto your holy church, shepherd your flock in peace. Remember, O Lord, the Orthodox Hegumens, priests, and the deacons.
Pray for the hegumens, priests, deacons, subdeacons, and the 7 orders of the Church of God.
Lord, have mercy.
And all the servants and all who are in virginity, the purity of your faithful people, remember, O Lord, to have mercy upon us all.
Mercy upon us, O God, the Father, the Pantocrator.
Remember, O Lord, the salvation of this your holy place, and every place, every church, every monastery of our Orthodox fathers.
Pray for the safety of the world and of this city of ours and of all cities, districts, islands, and monasteries.
Lord, have mercy.
Graciously accord, O Lord, to bless and those who dwell therein in God's faith. Graciously accord, O Lord, to bless the air of the heaven, the fruit of the earth, the water of the rivers, the seeds, the herbs, and the plants of the field each year.
Pray for the air of the heaven, the fruits of the earth, the rising of the waters of the rivers, the seeds, the herbs, and the plants of the field, that Christ our Lord may bless them, have compassion on his creation, which his hands have made, and forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy.
Raise them to their measure according to your grace. Give joy to the face of the earth. May it for us be abundantly watered, fruits be plentiful. Prepare it, Lord, for sowing and harvesting. Manage our life as deemed fit. Bless the crown of the year with your goodness. For the sake of the poor of your people, the widow, the orphan, the traveler, stranger, for the sake of us all who entreat you and seek your holy name. For the eyes of everybody wait upon you, give them their food in due season. Deal with us according to your goodness, our gifts with all flesh. Fill our hearts with joy and gladness, that we too having sufficiency in everything always may abound in every good deed. Remember, O Lord, those who have brought to these gifts, those on whose behalf they have been brought, and those by whom they have been brought, give them all the heavenly reward.
Pray for these holy and precious gifts, our sacrifices, and those who have brought them.
Lord, have mercy.
Lead us throughout the way into your kingdom, that in souls and all things your great and holy name be glorified, blessed, and exalted. In everything honor and blessed together with Jesus Christ, your beloved Son, and the Holy Spirit. Peace be with you all.
And with your spirit.
Oh, our Master, the Savior, good lover of mankind, the life giver of our souls, O God, who gave himself for us, salvation for our sins, who through the multitude of his mercies, who lose the enmity of mankind, O the only begotten God, who is in the Father's bosom, O Lord, bless. now also bless. Oh, you at that time, now also sanctify. Oh, you bro. At that time, now also pray. Oh, you gave to his holy disciples and the saintly apostles at that time, now also give us and all your people, our Master, the Pantocrator, the Lord, our God. We worship your holy body and your precious blood. Lord, have mercy. Peace be with you all. And with your spirit. And it came to pass in the days when God wanted to test Abraham and know his heart and his love for him, he said unto him, Abraham, Abraham, take your beloved son Isaac and offer him to me a burnt offering upon the mountain which I tell you of. And Abraham rose up in the morning, saddled his donkey, took 2 servants, and Isaac his son. He took a knife and fire and walked on the earth, and saw from afar the place which the Lord had told him. And he said to his servants, you remain in this place with the donkey. I and Isaac my son shall go to worship and return to you. And Abraham took the firewood of the burnt offering, laid it upon his son Isaac, and took the fire in his hand and the knife. And Isaac spoke to his father, saying, my father, behold the fire and the wood. Where is the lamb? Where is the lamb which we shall offer as a burnt offering? And Abraham said to him, God, who commanded us to offer to him a sacrifice, He will provide for himself a lamb for the burnt offering, my son. And Abraham took stones and built an altar, took the firewood and laid it on the altar. He took his son Isaac, bound him and laid him on the altar, and took the knife to slay him. And the angel of the Lord called Abraham, saying to him, Abraham, Abraham. Behold, do not touch your lad, nor do to him any harm. When the Lord saw your love for him, he said, I am the Lord your God. By myself I have sworn that in blessing I will bless you, and in multiplication I will multiply your seed. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw a ram laid upon the tree, bound by its horns. So he left Isaac his son and took the ram, offered it up for the burnt offering instead of his son. Thus, the slaying of Isaac was a type of the shedding of the blood of Christ, the Son of God, on the cross for the salvation of the world. And as Isaac carried the firewood of the burnt offering, likewise Christ carried the wood of the cross. And as Isaac returned alive, likewise Christ rose living from the dead and appeared to his holy disciples. O God, who accepted the offering, the sacrifice of our father Abraham, receive this offering, this sacrifice from our hands in this hour. Bless these gifts and bless those whose behalf they have been offered, and repose the souls of those who have passed. May Christ bless the hearts and the spirits of us all, so that with a pure heart and enlightened soul and ashamed faith and faith, with perfect love and firm hope, we may dare with boldness and without fear to pray to your God, Holy Father, who are in the heavens, and say,
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us
not into temptation, but
deliver
deliver
us
us
from
from
evil
evil.
through Jesus Christ.
our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Bow your heads to the Lord.
Before you,
Let us attend in the fear of God.
إليني باسي
Yet of the mighty soul.
اذكر يا رب سلام الكنيسة كأنها قاسم مسكن لقاسي يذكر بطرك نظام معظم لما تودرستان شيئا مدنيين. Remember, O Lord, the servants of this holy altar, Abuna Antonius, Abuna Botrus, Abuna Pshua, Abuna Karas. Remember, O Lord, all the servants, the deacons, Soanis, Kuddam, Khadimat, the clear school shop. Remember, O Lord, all your congregation, each by his and her name, our Lord. We ask of you, Lord, to have mercy upon the whole world, and to open the gates of the church for your people to come and worship, and to receive a body and blood, and have mercy upon us. Forgive us our sins, and redeem us by your holy and precious blood. Do not prolong, O Lord. Remember, O Lord, our assemblies, and bless them.
Saved, amen, and with your spirit in the fear of God let us attend.
Amen. Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy.
The Holy is for the Holy, blessed be the Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God. Sanctification is by the Holy Spirit. Amen.
One is all
Peace be with you all.
And with your spirit.
The holy body and the precious and true blood of Jesus Christ, Son of our God. Amen. Agion timion somake malithinon eso Christo to eoto theo emon. Amen. So manem bedament Emmanuel ben noti vai bechenomet mi. Amen. Amen, amen, amen. Tenati, tenati, tenati. I believe, and confess last breath. This is the life-giving flesh that your only begotten Son, our Lord, our God, and our Savior and King of us all, Jesus Christ. He took from Our Lady, Lady of us all, the Holy Virgin, the Theotokos, Saint Mary. He made it one with his divinity, without mingling, without confusion, without alteration. He witnessed the good confession before Pontius Pilate, gave it up for us upon the holy wood of the cross of his own will for us all. Truly I believe his divinity did not depart from his humanity, single moment nor twinkle of an eye, given for us for salvation and remission of our sins, eternal life, those who partake of him. I believe, this is so in truth. Amen.
Amen, amen, amen. I believe that this is true. Amen. Pray for us and for all Christians who said to us concerning them, remember us in the house of the Lord. The peace and love of Jesus Christ be with you. Sing Alleluia. Pray for the worthy partaking of the immaculate and heavenly and holy mysteries. Lord have mercy.
I have sinned, my Father and my brethren, forgive. I'm not. The prophecies of the 11th hour of the great Thursday of the Holy Pascha. Its blessings be with us all. Amen.
From Isaiah the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. Behold, my servant shall deal prudently. He shall be exalted and extolled and be very high, just as many were astonished at you. So his visage was marred more than any man, and his form more than the sons of men. So shall he sprinkle many nations, kings shall shut their mouths at him. For what had not been told them they shall see, and what they had not heard they shall consider. Who has believed our report, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant, and as a root out of dry ground. He has no form or comeliness, and when we see him, there is no beauty that we should desire in him. He is despised and rejected by men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. And we hid, as it were, our faces from him. He was despised, and we did not esteem him. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows. Yet we esteemed him stricken, smitten by God and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement for our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned everyone to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity for us all. He was oppressed, and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He was led as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before its shearers is silent, so he opened not his mouth. He was taken from prison and from judgment, and whom will declare his generation? For he was cut off from the land of the living. For the transgressions of my people he was stricken, and they made his grave with the wicked, but with the rich at his death. Because he had done no violence, nor was any deceit in his mouth. Yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him. He has put him to grief. When you make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed. He shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. He shall see the labor of his soul, and be satisfied. By his knowledge my righteous servant shall justify many, for he shall bear the iniquities. Therefore I will divide him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil and be strong.
because he poured out his soul unto death. And he was numbered with his transgressions, and he bore the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Also from Isaiah the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. In that day there will be an altar to the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar to the Lord at its border, and it will be a sign for many, and for a witness to the Lord of hosts in the land of Egypt. For they will cry to the Lord because of their oppressors, and he will send a Saviour and a mighty one, and he will deliver them. And the Lord will be known to Egypt, and the Egyptians will know the Lord in that day, and will make sacrifice and offering. Yes, they'll make a vow to the Lord and perform it. And the Lord will strike Egypt. He will strike it and heal it. They will return to the Lord, and he will be entreated by them and heal them. In that day there will be a highway from Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrian will come into Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptians will serve with the Assyrians. In that day Israel will be one of three with Egypt and Assyria, a blessing in the midst of the land, whom the Lord of hosts shall bless, saying, Blessed is Egypt my people, and Assyria the work of my hands, and Israel my inheritance. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Also from Zechariah the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
In that day there shall be great mourning in Jerusalem, like the mourning at Hadad Rimmon, and in the plain of Megiddo. And the land shall mourn every family by itself, the family of the house of David by itself, and their wives by themselves, the family of the house of Nathan by itself, and their wives by themselves, the family of the house of Levi by itself, and their wives by themselves, the family of Shimei by itself, and their wives by themselves, all the families that remain, every family by itself, and their wives by themselves. In that day the foundation shall be opened for the house of David, and for the inhabitants of Jerusalem, for sin and for uncleanness. In that it shall be in that day, that says the Lord of hosts, that I will cut off the names of the idols from the land, and they shall no longer be remembered. I will also cause the prophets and the unclean spirit to depart from the land. It shall come to pass that if anyone still prophesies, then his father and mother who begot him will say to him, You shall not live, because you have spoken lies in the name of the Lord. And his father and mother who begot him shall thrust him through when he prophesies.
And it shall be in that day that every prophet will be ashamed of his vision when he prophesies. They will not wear a robe of coarse hair to deceive, but he will say, I am no prophet, I am a farmer. For a man taught me to keep cattle from my youth. And one will say to him, What are these wounds between your arms? Then he will answer, Those which I was wounded in the house of my friends. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is my companion, says the Lord of hosts. Strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered. Then I will turn my hand against the little ones. And it shall come to pass in all the land, says the Lord, that 2/3 in it shall be cut off and die, but 1/3 shall be left in it. I will bring 1/3 through fire. We will refine them as silver is refined, and test them as gold is tested. Then they will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, This is my people, and each one will say, The Lord is my God. Behold, the day of the Lord is coming, and your spoil will be divided in your midst. For I will gather all the nations to battle against Jerusalem. The city shall be taken, the houses rifled, and the women ravished. Half of the city shall go into captivity, but the remnant of the people shall not be cut off from the city. Then the Lord will go forth and fight against those nations, as he fights in the day of battle. It shall come to pass in that day that there will be no light. The lights will diminish. It shall be one day which is known to the Lord, neither day nor night. But at evening time it shall happen that it will be light. And in that day it shall be that living waters shall flow from Jerusalem, half of them toward the eastern sea, and half toward the western sea. In both summer and winter it shall occur, and the Lord shall be king over all the earth. In that day it shall be, the Lord is one, and his name one. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
The doxology of the 11th hour of the great prayers of the Holy Basilica, blessing with us. I mean, hear us to pray our Father.
Who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, and the glory forever. Son for Betty Gom, Nimpion, Empesmon, Impiama, Shaemin, Emmanuel, Benoti, Penoro, for Betty Gom, Nimpion, Empesmon, Impiama, Shaemin, Bachois, Isos, Bechristos, Basotir, and Agathos, for Betty Gom, Nimpion, Empesmon, Impiama, Shaemin.
Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Emmanuel penoti penoro Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Pashois Isos Bechristos Pasotir Agathos Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin
Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Emmanuel penoti penoro Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Pachois Isos Bechristos Pasotir Agathos Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin
Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Emmanuel penoti penoro Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Pashois Isos Bechristos Pasotir Agathos Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin
Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Emmanuel penoti penoro Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Pachois Isos Bechristos Pasotir Agathos Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin
Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Emmanuel penoti penoro Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Pashois Isos Bechristos Pasotir Agathos Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin
Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Emmanuel penoti penoro Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Pashois Isos Bechristos Pasotir Agathos Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin
Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Emmanuel penoti penoro Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Pashois Isos Bechristos Pasotir Agathos Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin
Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Emmanuel penoti penoro Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Pachois Isos Bechristos Pasotir Agathos Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin
Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Emmanuel penoti penoro Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin Pashois Isos Bechristos Pasotir Agathos Tigom nempion empesmon empiamai shain emin
Igom nempi onem pesmonem piamani shaine. Amen.
To you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen. Emmanuel, our God and our King. To you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen. My Lord Jesus Christ, my good Savior, to you is the power and glory and blessing and honor forever. Amen.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, power, and glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Some of David, sing you hate instruction and cast my words behind you. When if you consent with him and the adore and have been a partaker with the adulterous.
Καταξέιο θενημέστη ακροάσεως του Άγιου Ευαγγελίου, Κύριον και τον Θεόν εμώνη και τεψωμεν σοφεόρθι ακούσομεν του Άγιου Ευαγγέλιο.
Ο ανώανος εις Εν Ευαγγελιόν εθώ ευκάτα Ιωάννην Αγιום.
Δόξα σοι,
From the Psalms our teacher David the prophet and king, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. Seeing you hate instruction and cast my words behind you, When you saw a thief, you consented with him, and have been a partaker with adulteress. Alleluia. O Lord, have pity and mercy on us, and make us worthy to listen to your holy gospel. A chapter from the holy gospel according to St. John the Evangelist. The pure disciple, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. When Jesus had said these things, he was troubled in the spirit, and testified and said, Most assuredly I say to you, one of you will betray me. Then the disciples looked at one another, perplexed about whom he spoke. Now there was leaning on Jesus' bosom one of his disciples, whom Jesus loved. Simon Peter therefore mentioned to him to ask who it was of whom he spoke. Then leaning back on Jesus' breast, he said to him, Lord, who is it? Jesus answered, It is he to whom I shall give a piece of bread when I have dipped it. And having dipped the bread, he gave it to Judas Iscariot, the son of Simon. Now after the piece of bread, Satan entered him. Then Jesus said to him, What do you do? Do quickly. But no one at the table knew for what reason he said this to him. For some thought, because Judas had the money box, that Jesus had said to him, Buy those things we need for the feast, or that he should give something to the poor. Having received a piece of bread, he then went out immediately, and it was night.
Glory to you.
The commentary of the 11th hour of the Holy Mass of the Great Thursdays, blessed be with us. Amen.
The Sun of Righteousness shines and goes forth into the whole world. This is Jesus, the true light, that lights up everyone that comes to the world. The heavenly bread that gives life and nourishes each of his creations. In the beginning, God prepared a table in the wilderness for 40 years. They ate and died as the Lord said. Now a new table is set in the upper room, where they had their Passover and established the new covenant on that evening. Jesus sat with the 12 and ate the bread in which is his body. Jesus himself gave it to them in the honored blood that is better than animals' blood, which has been used before. Jesus took the bread, blessed it, broke it, and gave it to his disciples and said, Take, eat, this is my body, which I give for many for the remission of sins. He took the cup and mixed it with water and gave it to them, saying, Drink ye all of it, for this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for the remission of sins. For every time you eat this bread and drink of this cup, you do share my death and confess my resurrection, and remember me till I come. The true Lamb, Christ our Saviour, is our Passover. He said to them, I will not drink henceforth of this fruit of the wine until the day I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. Then the Lord told them that one of them will betray him, and they began to inquire among themselves, each one of them who would dare do this. Judas Iscariot, one of them, said, Is it I? Jesus answered, He that dips his hand with me into the dish will betray me. You, Judas, have planned sinfully to betray your Lord, whereas the Son of God came to deliver Adam from his sins.
Christ our Saviour came and suffered for us. He may save us through his suffering.
Let us glorify and exalt his name according to his great mercy.
Just before we finish off, I just want to reflect quickly on one point. The disciples, when Christ said that someone will betray him, if you read into it a little bit more, you'll notice that none of them blamed any other person. They're so innocent. They're so innocent. Everyone thinking, is it I? Is it I? Is it I? Today, everyone will think, oh, it must be him. It's got to be him. It's got to be her. It's got to be her. But these guys, everyone thought, is it me? Is it me? So this is the level of purity that these men reached at that point. and walking with Christ. And I hope that we can just learn from them. Beautiful. Christos ben sotir
Aviam shebem ka
hinachenem ka
entem sotimon
marinti ona
teneshisiem bevran
jeveronaini man
atamem
We will say the final litanies of the 11th hour without Matanias. And the people at home, in the spirit, you also some way participated with us in this liturgy, so don't do Matanias either. Let us pray. Pray that God may have mercy and compassion on us, hear us, sustain us, and continually accept the prayers and supplication of the saints on our behalf, for our good always, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
I ask for the peace of the one holy universal apostolic church and the salvation of God in right congregation, for the safety of every place, and forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask for our fathers and brothers who are sick of any type of sickness here and all other places, that Lord God will cure them, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray, our Father and brethren who are actually travel, and them anywhere who intend to travel, that God may facilitate the ways for all of them, whether by the sea or rivers or lakes, or beaten tracks of those traveling in any other means, that Christ our Lord may bring them back to their homes in safety. May He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for the rains and the winds of the heavens and the fruit of the earth, lands of the trees of vineyards, all that every fruitful tree be blessed and grows in safety, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray that God may give us in mercy and sympathy in the hearts of all the rulers, presidents, kings, and all at all times, and may He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for our fathers and our brethren who have slept and reposed in the faith of Christ. May they, from the beginning, our holy fathers, the archbishops, our fathers the bishops, our fathers the priests, our brethren the deacons, our fathers the monks, and our fathers the laymen, and the nuns, and from both all the Christians, that Christ our Lord may rest all their souls in paradise of joy, and we all may have mercy on, may He have mercy on us, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for them who attended the sacrifice, the oblation, the first fruits, the oil, the incense, the covering, the books of the reading, the vessels of the altar, that Christ our God may reward them in heavenly Jerusalem, and may He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for the catechumens of our church, that the Lord will bless them, enlighten their hearts, and confirm their faith and confirm their faith of the Holy Orthodox Church until the end of their life, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for this holy church, all the churches and monasteries of the Orthodox people, the Orthodox fathers of the church, and for the whole world, that God grant us all security and keep us from every evil, and may He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for the life of venerated Father Archbishop Abba Tawadros II, his father, Apostolic Ministry Bishop Daniel. May keep him for many years of peaceful times, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for the Orthodox metropolitans, bishops in every place, the brother priests, the priests, the deacons, all the orders of the church, that the Lord God may keep and strengthen them. May He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for this congregation, all the congregation of the Orthodox Church, that God will bless and support them and forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for the clergymen and all the faithful who have service in the Holy Church, that God will bless and support them, and may He forgive us our sins.
Kyrie eleison.
We ask and pray for those who share in the different service and the needs of the Church and the helping of the Orthodox people by any means, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for all the kings, the rulers, the presidents, and all the mentioned in our prayers in the Church, that the Lord God will bless them and may have mercy upon them, may give mercy into the hearts of other kings and rulers, and may forgive us our sins. We ask and pray for those who are poor, for the weak people, for the peasants, for those who are in distress of any kind, that the Lord our God be merciful with them and with us also, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We ask and pray for all those who are in distress and for being in captivity or imprisoned or in exile or afflicted with unclean spirits and evil spirits, that God may have mercy upon them, liberate them, set them free, and may He forgive us our sins. We pray and ask for those who are assembled with us in this day, in this holy place, and everywhere who are partaking with us, asking for mercy for their souls, that the Lord of kindness may have mercy upon them, and on us also may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We pray and ask for those who told us to mention them in our prayers in the Holy Church, that God will remember them according to His great goodness at all times, and may He forgive us our sins. We pray and ask for the raising of the waters, the rivers, the sea, that Christ our Lord may bless it and raise it according to His measure, make glad the face of the earth, sustain us with His creation of mankind, and give safety to the cattle, and save us all from the inflation, the plagues, the earthquakes, drownings, fire, depredation of the Berbers, sword of the strangers, rising of the heretics, and grant peace and tranquility to the Holy Orthodox Church. Raise the affairs of His Orthodox Christians in the whole world now and forever, and may He forgive us our sins.
Lord, have mercy.
We pray and ask for the Holy Pascha of our good Savior, so that He may complete it for us in peace. Show us the joy of His powerful holy resurrection while all of us are safe, and may He forgive us our sins. Ebnotina inan theshonai eronari onai neman kentek met orum.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison,
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison,
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Orum tethireni moinan ente kirini semninan ente kirini kanen novinan evon.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Gore volen nigajin teti eklesiya arisofteros enneskim shaene.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Emmanuel ben noti khenten miti tinuchen ponte befiot dem bebnev mathweb.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Nintefes moiron tirin, nintiftovo ennen hit, nintiftal chonni shon, nintenem sishinem nen soma.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison.
Enoshtem moko befrestos, nepekiotem agathos, neblenem mathoem jeav ashtak, soti emon.
Amin alleluia dov sabatrike, yoke agiom lev mati kenikai, kestos ionas tonionan amin, tenoche volen goem mosque open choice, isos be Christos, vieta vash me bestavros ekechom kemef satanas, sapositin delep shalab, sotiamona wanainana men, alleluia. Glory to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, now and forever, and unto the ages of ages. Amen. We proclaim and say, O our Lord Jesus Christ, who was crucified on the cross, crush Satan under our feet. Save us and have mercy upon us. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie ephlogisson, amin. Esmo erois, timetania, koni evol piesmo.
May Jesus Christ, our true God, who through his own goodwill accepted the sufferings, was crucified on the cross for our sake, bless us with all the spiritual blessing, and support us, and complete for us the Holy Pascha, and bring forth upon us the joy of his holy resurrection for many years and peaceful times. The never-ending intercession of the Theotokos, Holy Virgin Saint Mary, and all the choir of the angels, archangels, through the prayers of the patriarchs, the prophets, the apostles, the martyrs, the righteous, holy ones, cross-bearers, ascetics, confessing all the anchorites, and through the blessing of this Holy Pascha of our good Savior, may their holy blessing, their benediction, their power, they give their love, and their help be with us all. Amen. By Christos ben noti.
Amen.
King of peace, grant us your peace. Establish for us your peace, and forgive us our sins. For yours is the kingdom, power, and glory, and the blessing and the might forever. Amen. Hear us, Lord, to pray our Father.
Who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory.
The love of God the Father, the grace of the Holy Begotten Son, our Lord God and Savior Jesus Christ, and the communion and the fellowship of the gift of the Holy Spirit be with you all. Go in peace, peace of the Lord Jesus Christ be with you all.
And with your spirit.
Tonight it starts 5 p.m. God bless you all.
Do you want us to reset up again, or is someone else?
Yes, please. Yeah. If you could please bring the crucifix back. We need to bring the cross back.